Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is Tuesday, September 10th, and this is the work session of the County Commissioners. And Parker's here. We can begin. Thank you. How's it going? Let's see. First off, I just realized we have a celebrity employee in the room, Rich Engelhardt. I'm introducing an ordinance to prohibit him from retiring. Yeah, do I just want a little? Yeah, I knew that would be a popular.
Very unnecessary.
I knew that would be a popular thing. He'll have to come up and plead his case to us at some point.
I have to add in there that I told him he could not retire until we all got a bottle of wine from his vineyard.
Oh, right. I was going to say till we retired.
Well,
That's asking a lot.
Okay.
but the wine are retired.
So anyway, welcome, Rich. We're glad you're here. You're giving us another 6 months, and we're all very grateful for that.
And then some.
And then some. So where were we? We're doing third quarter budget supplemental requests, where staff comes to the board and we get to, decide whether they get money or not. And Connie is here to tee that up.
Yeah, good afternoon, Connie Baker, Picken County Budget Director, and we have quite a number of requests today, so we will have staff come up one by one and present their requests and try to move through it and hopefully get through in time. So we're going to start out with a number of different requests from ComDev.
Hello, Suzanne.
The first is Vision 2050.
Hello. Do you want me to just, I thought I was just going to sort of summarize all four.
Sure,
Is
go
that,
ahead.
does that work? Okay.
That works.
I wasn't really sure of your
I just want to know
supplemental
who this
format.
Alex Sanchez is, because I think I recognize that face in the back of the room.
Somewhere.
Would you like him to come sit with me? I have some backup if you have tough questions for us, and Alex is definitely key to that. I know Ellen is online, and Nicole is also here, so I just get to be the summarizer. So right, we do have 4 requests in front of you for supplementals. The first related to our Vision 2050 project, which is ongoing and, as you know, covers a lot in our world, from updating our comprehensive plan for the county to then moving towards updating land use and building codes. That's a really short version of that. But as you can imagine, as we've gotten into it, there's been more work that is part of that project that we maybe hadn't anticipated. And then some of the work that we were trying to get started in 2024 kind of got supplanted. Some of those things there's a lot more work we're doing related to the comprehensive plan that's a little bit deeper than we expected. That's taken up some of that funding, as well as an update to the employment generation rates for the employee housing impact fee, which was an item we also hadn't anticipated kind of upfront with that project. So with that, the request that's in front of you today is really for some of our they talk about intensity studies, and I think really the simple version of that is it's the baseline data collection that we need for some of the comp plan issues as well as the code issues related to transportation, related to climate, related to water. Those are the 3 specifics in front of you. And so that would be an increase in the budget for the Vision 2050 project of $245,000 for 2024.
Great. You're planning to go through all of your ComDev requests before we start asking
Is that
questions?
best, just to go? I'll do the quick
prefer
summary
that,
of
yeah.
each, and then we
Like,
can go
that'll
back
keep us
to
moving.
questions. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's Vision 2050. The next is for SAGE's software development. SAGE's is our online permit application system where everybody applies all the way through permit issuance. The additional funds that are requested are increasing our integration of SAGE's with other systems. One of those being with Laserfiche for their cloud-based model and integrating with the assessor's office system, QPublic, which allows us to capture the data that the assessor already has on property owners and have it basically imported into SAGE's. So we're making the system more efficient up front and making sure our systems can talk to each other. So that request is for $30,000 under our technical services. The next is for building contracted services. We use Jan Patterson, who some of you may know, who worked for us for many years, to help us with building permit archiving and issuance of certificates of occupancy. She has done an amazing job of sort of cleaning out and archiving old permits, as well as making the CO issuance process much smoother. There's a lot of detailed work that goes into making sure all the documents are there to push out those COs, and it's been really helpful to have somebody who that's their sole focus and really has made that more efficient for us. Jan's contract rate went up in 2024, so we kind of ran through some of our funds on that quicker than we'd expected. So we're just looking for $40,000 to increase that contract to get that through the end of the year to continue with that service.
Do you want to wait or do you want to stop now?
It's just a really quick question about this
Well, okay.
particular thing. Do you want me to wait? I can
I was
wait.
thinking we'd do them all at the end. 'cause
Okay,
she's got a
great,
whole-
that's fine.
Yeah, we'll come
Okay,
back.
just
I've
one
got
more.
questions also.
Just one more. And the last is related to long-range contract services. We have used Tim Malloy for assistance with long-range planning projects for quite some time to add to our capacity with various projects. Currently, he's helping with some of the existing conditions background work for the comp plan update. And some of that base work we've been doing, a lot of work this summer, while we have long-range people also dealing with all of our other master plans and other projects that have been ongoing. So with that, a request for a $35,000 increase in that, for that long-range professional services for Tim to continue adding that additional support to the long-range team as we are working on the comp plan. That's
Okay,
it.
And that's it from ComDev. Okay. Thank you. That's supplementals from ComDev. Did I miss the one? There was the second one, and I wasn't sure.
Sages, that was the,
After Sages or just before Sages? Let me just
so
find
Vision
it.
2050, Sages, the building contract services, and long-range contract services are the four.
Got it. Okay. So I wasn't sure if I heard you speak about. Sorry, still looking. And then we'll get to questions. Just ComDev professional services. Where did you discuss that? How did I miss that?
Sorry, the ComDev professional services.
That was
Number
building
number
department.
3. And
Number
that-
3. Oh, that was the building services.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well,
So that was right for the building permit and certificate of
Got it.
occupancy. work.
okay. I'm going to open it to questions. Francie.
So while we're on that one, so this is a outside contracted service that's been going through building permits and stuff?
Correct.
And so you said I think you said she's raised her rates. Well, that's a pretty significant raise from 59,000 to 99,000. I must be misunderstanding exactly what this represents. Alex, hi.
Thanks.
You usually lurk in the back. It's really nice to bring you forward.
No worries. So Jan Patterson at the beginning of the year raised her rates from $30 an hour to $100 an hour. The amount that we had contracted for her, that amount we had gone through in the beginning of the year, which this supplemental would allow us to get through the end of the year. And that $100 rate is still actually pretty low compared to some of the other private sector contractors we have with us. And so while that increase was, on her end as a business decision, we're just didn't have that information when we first had set this contract. So that supplemental would allow us to have ample resources to use her services through the end of the year.
And I can't
Well-
reiterate enough that, $30 an hour would have been
too
just
low.
an insanely reduced rate.
Well, more
Which
power to
she
her.
likes working with us, so that's great, but.
More power to her.
And
I
that's-
hope we see results at the, how much more quickly building permits will be
So
processed.
Francie, this is very specific to the end of that process, the creation of the certificate of occupancy, where
Right.
there's just a very detailed combing through of all of the documents, the inspections, making sure everything is complete to push out. But it is a very detail-oriented job, and so it's created a great efficiency in getting those COs out
Fabulous.
at that part,
Okay.
that piece of the
It,
process.
it sounds like the $30 an hour was way under market what I want you to tell us is this a competitive rate that she's at now? And so if you were to, if you could even put it out to bid, it would be a competitive rate. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say it would be
Still.
lower, much lower than, we would.
Right. I guess a 50% higher than, don't tell her that.
We're in the wrong business.
Thank you.
It's
Okay.
worked well for her, and it's worked well for us, so we're really happy to be
Let
able to
me,
keep her on.
other questions from Steve?
So Suzanne, is the work Tim Malloy is doing, does that include the zoning overlay for capital Snowmass Creek Caucus area? Or is that something that's separate?
That is separate. It's not, that is contracted through the caucus to do work on that overlay, not through the county.
Okay, I was just curious
Yep.
if it was wrapped into the same thing or a different thing.
That is different.
Okay, thanks.
Patty?
So, we are looking at, for the 2050 plan, 845,000 so far. I knew it would be, there'd be an expense, but are we gonna hit 1 million here soon for this planning process?
You will see a substantial budget request for 2025 for that project
For the
as well.
Vision 2050. Yeah, it's something I know we need to get done, and I know, and thank goodness our building department and ComDev has been busy, so we have the funds, but that's a tough planning process dollar value. But I think hopefully at the end of the day, we'll have her done before we're too far over 1 million. I
And
think-
Patty, a lot of that, because this is more than a lot of communities would spend on a comp plan process, but it represents the depth of public process that we do in picking.
I know that, I know. I just think the public needs to know that we put in that extra time and effort to bring the public on board, and there's a cost to it. And the county, I think, we do have the money that comes, it's marked, it's coming from general fund, but the general fund is funded through the monies that are coming in through ComDev, so I'm a little more comfortable with pulling the money from general fund. But yeah, I thought that was pretty significant, and I know it's been a long process, and we still have a ways to go, but hopefully we'll have some codes written at the end of the day, and we can adopt them and move forward on what the community effort has brought to us. Okay, thanks.
Kelly?
Yeah, can you just clarify again on the 2050 supplemental request? Let me see if I understand it correctly. We needed to spend $137,000 that had initially been budgeted towards this for updating the employee housing impact fee. And so this 245 is closing that gap, and then the additional scope of work here, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right, other
We've
questions?
added things to it as we moved along.
So Vision 2050 is huge, but we knew that. And it's also time consuming and staff time consuming. So I'm glad you're making progress.
Well, and we know we want to be able to continue to legally defend our employee housing impact fee. So I'm glad that that is getting updated.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay.
Was that too easy?
you,
See how
Suzanne.
easy that was?
Next, we
Thanks,
have
Suzanne. Nice to see
we
you,
have the
Alex.
Assets Management Department, and GRs and Jody are here to present two different requests, one for the jail and one for the Health and Human Services building.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am GR Fielding, the Construction and Asset Director, and I have Jody Grady with me, our Asset and Project Manager. We do have several supplemental requests. What was the first one?
The jail sewer line repairs.
So Jody can present or answer any questions on the jail sewer line project, but we had a belly in the line and it needed to be fixed, or else we're going to keep having clogged lines coming out of the jail, is the short version.
Do you want to go into any detail?
Well, I can tell you that we did, this was brought to you by Rich Englehart, so you gave us permission to go ahead and get started on it. What we found is really significant damage under the slab. So we jackhammered 60 linear feet, anywhere from 2 feet down to 6 feet down. And then we also found broken cast iron pipes in the wall. So all of that has been repaired, it's been rebedded, and they are, the belly is gone, the clogs are gone, and we have now proper cleanouts so that if we do have something down the line, we can manage that better. But it's all new, and they actually just poured the concrete today. So we're about ready to close that project up.
Just in case any of us need to know this, it's like a 4-foot diameter pipe that leads to the down by the river, is that right?
If you say so.
I need that information.
When she says down the
File that away
line,
in case I never need to escape.
You might get voted on that.
when she says down the line, she means literally and figuratively.
We feel
Okay.
confident that this was really the
fix.
problem of the last couple of years.
Got it, okay.
So what happens if we decide not to spend the money? You already did the work. Just kidding, of course.
I have to get into my piggy bank.
Yeah. We would be in a situation of potential malfeasance of office. That's why we came for
And then you get
permission
put
to
in
do the
jail.
emergency work. Yeah.
And you have to use the outhouse that's down the street by the river.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, John. That was sobering. Okay, back
Yeah.
to,
Yeah. Trying to get back on track, yeah.
Malfeasance, really.
Haven't been
touches
accused of
straight
that yet.
there, yeah.
And then,
okay.
so any other questions on the jail project?
No, we were kind of aware of this was happening, so thank
The
you.
second one was for the Schultz Health and Human Services building. We have a lot of programs, obviously, that run out of that building, and as their needs change, we need to be able to be flexible and shuffle that space around. It's happened a few times, and it'll happen again, and I'm sure it'll happen after this as well. But one of the major drivers of this is the current co-location of withdrawal management and homeless services creates some operational issues out there. And so pulling those two services apart and having them be located in separate portions of the building would help their operations, but that also creates a need for us to do some sort of space and layout analysis of that building again. And so this supplemental would help fund a design professional or owner's rep to come in and help facilitate that conversation and add a little bit of capacity to be able to figure out how to put all those puzzle pieces together with our staff office needs and all of the different service needs that happen out at Health and Human Services.
Thank you. So the other night, Steve and I and John and Lindsay Maish went out and had a public meeting with the neighborhood, and it was focused around security in and around the building and what was happening there, because that building is right on the interface between a quiet neighborhood and really all our services area for the hospital and ambulance and senior services and health, and so they have certain issues along that border, and I'm just wondering, is this budget going to doesn't help with
That's a whole
that?
nother
That
discussion.
you'll come back to
Whole
us.
nother discussion.
Okay,
That's
looking
another
forward to that, because we don't even know what the fix is just yet. If there is, yeah, okay, don't know that.
One of the purposes of this budget supplemental request is to help staff get ahead of our 2025 projects. There is a budget request in 2025 to look at moving spaces around there, but the whole building security and those sorts of conversations are apart from that.
Separate, okay,
Yes.
good to know. Other,
So I don't know if Francie's gonna ask this one. So $50,000 to do an analysis that we're gonna have to do again in maybe 25 after we reevaluate again, and yeah, I know it's just hard to think we need to spend $50,000 to figure out whose desk is moved where.
This is a bit more of the whose desk is where piece, Patty. Really, we have some major services that come out of there that I know we've already heard from the sheriff's office and from Lindsay and all of her staff there, that having the withdrawal management, homeless services in the same place. Lift Up has, I think their lease is up, and so that will be going out to RFP. We have a lot of moving pieces that are bigger than just kind of departmental desks and things of that nature, and that's why we decided to bring this forward ahead of the new workplace task force.
Well, yeah, and I want to make sure we're not going to then, that we're thinking about that when we spend this 50. Because
Okay.
I don't want to, because I understand that we have some shifting there that needs to be shifted, but I don't want to have to reshift it after we shift it, because we didn't shift it in the right direction.
Understood.
It's a little shifty to me. So
Fair enough.
I just am concerned about, I'd rather be using these dollars to better the workplace and to keep moving it around, and to have employees in the workplace than having to keep moving things around. So that's a concern that seems to be growing.
I guess frugality is what you're
The
suggesting.
Scotsman in me is coming out.
Kelly.
I
mean, to follow up on that a little bit, you all are very smart people, and I have a high degree in confidence in all of you. So what additional expertise is coming to the table that you don't think we possess internally?
The ability to actually turn around things like draftsmanship. So, hey, we know that we have about this many square feet over here and this many. How does that actually interact? So that we have a way to get to any design that we will need to implement the project. And that's something that we don't necessarily have in-house, one, or do we have the capacity to do at, between now and next year.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
And this is an estimate. 50, it's a round number, your estimate.
Yes.
You may not spend all that.
Exactly.
or you
you'll
may
be
be
back.
back for more. It's keeping that door open for you,
Other
Jared.
comments, questions? Let's keep her moving.
Well, no, just a heads up to everybody, we're obviously operating from a point of sarcasm on the board today. So we are making lots of jokes and stuff up here today. It's interesting. It's a little different than usual.
I haven't been
Chocolate.
sarcastic at all. I've been dead serious with my comments.
Shifty.
Okay. Thank
That's
you,
the school
WGR.
marm talking
That's
to
the
us.
school teacher lecturing us and telling us we need to mind our
You have to
manners.
behave.
So, in
Steve.
response to Francie's comment, we've all just been to Picken County Cares Awards, which is the single most favorite thing for the commissioners every year. It just is the most fun event, and we all are kind of on a high right now
Little
because
punchy,
of that,
yeah.
I think, and that's why
I think
we're
you're
all
right.
kind of just being a little
Yeah.
goofy.
And there's chocolate involved as well. Okay.
Okay, next
Thank
we
you.
have Rich and Michael Port. And this is in the Resiliency Office, under the Manager's Office. And it's about a grant for sustainable aviation fuel.
Could you introduce yourself, sir?
I'm a little nervous to do so, Mr. Chair.
You better be.
Rich Englehart, Deputy County Manager.
Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst.
Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director.
So, thank you, Board, for hearing. This is similar to what happened with the jail project. We came to you earlier to get your approval to make a grant application to the Department of Local Affairs. And this is all due to a lot of work that's been done the last number of months. You may recall that the Airport Advisory Board, as part of their goal, is a reduction in emissions. And with that, they were approached by a company that sat in front of you called Syntec. Lanzatech. And they kind of introduced their idea that they were really looking to try to do a refinery in Colorado at some point that would deal with sustainable aviation fuel, which we dub as SAF. So you're going to hear SAF quite a bit in this conversation. With that, you had directed John to authorize staff to go ahead and start chasing this a little bit and see what we could do. And since that time, we have put a lot of work into this. And so this is a project that we've taken on in conjunction with Resiliency and the airport, reached out and have gathered a number of partners. And so now we have at the table with us Mesa County, the commissioners. They have assigned a commissioner to that. They have also agreed the regional airport, we met with them and presented this, and they have submitted a letter of support, so they are on board. We have Rifle through our FBO, because we have the same FBO provider there, so that connection with Rifle. We have Eagle County, the county administrator there has been working with John even before some of this had happened. They're working on a kind of a separate path, but similar to what we're looking at, and then their airport is on board. And then we also brought in the Grand Junction Economic Development Partnership, and that's a group of individuals that come together that work on really the economic development side of this. And so we've got a really good base of strong partners, and we sat down with the Department of Local Affairs, and they encouraged us to apply for a Tier 1 grant. And Tier 1 goes up to $200,000. You had authorized us to go ahead and match that at 50%. Well, 50-50 match, so we were in for $200,000. And since that time, Mesa County has now offered to add $50,000 to that, so that we could start this opportunity. And what we are looking at doing is doing a scope of work for a feasibility study. We started out just kind of focusing on a potential for a refinery in Grand Junction, because Mesa County is really interested in the fact that they have property, they have infrastructure, creates jobs. That's really a great focus for them. For us, it's environmental, as well as them, their airport, and seeing if we can do something to introduce more sustainable local aviation fuel with sustainable aviation fuel and deal with the emissions. The only way we can do that is if we can get more SAF into the system and newer modern planes that operate more efficiently. So with that, we started reaching out. We met with the Energy Office, Colorado Energy Office. We met with USDA. We're in the process of meeting with them. We met with OEDIT, which is the Office of Economic and International Trade. And so we brought them all up to speed on where we're at with this. And just recently, Dan and I had the opportunity to sit down with Airbus and talk to them. They have started a process of kind of doing a feasibility study, introducing aviation, or this sustainable aviation fuel into their systems, and we are poised to bring Boeing into it and talk to them as well. So we have really cast the nets, and you all have done the same. In the process, you went to Washington and talked to them about the opportunity to possibly utilize non-airport or airport-related revenues off-site. This would be a great example of how that could work, because right now you guys are putting your general fund towards that. Dan was a little hesitant in committing any funding to this right now, based on that fact that this really is studying something that could be off-site. So if that comes about, which we hope in the future, I think there's a real potential to make this happen. So with that, we are getting ready. We have not, Michael and I are getting ready to start on the scope of work for this. We've started developing what that's going to look like. We've got a number of these that we've seen out there, and talking to Airbus, Boeing, and then also, we met with that business zone group, Bioeconomy Business Zone. Mm-hmm. And they worked with Logan County recently, and they go out and look at feedstock, they look at infrastructure, and then they kind of draw a boundary around where that all could come from, that they use as an economic development tool to encourage businesses to come in and provide it. So they're also going to be interested in looking at this feasibility study. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael, let him say a few more words. Dan's here to answer any questions as well, but we will give you the numbers here in a second.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, I mean, Rich kind of said a lot about sort of the environmental and climate aspects of this project. Really exciting that we do have the opportunity to work with these different regional partners on this. And, the resiliency team is going to sort of spearhead this feasibility study if we do win that award. And we're supposed to hear back in November if we won this grant or not. So Rich will transfer his knowledge, and we will carry this project forward. So looking forward to doing so.
I have just to interject, say we don't win this grant, we could still proceed if we thought it was important enough or we found money elsewhere. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, I think we'd be coming back and talking to you and to the partners as well and see what we could do.
Right. I was just thinking, I don't want to leave it to someone else to decide our fate on this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, this is huge, and I really think, in talking with DOLA. The reasons it's a Tier 1 grant, it's much easier process through DOLA. They've got a lot more discretion in how those dollars are used, and this lines up perfectly with a lot of their programs as well, and at the state level. The governor's office, there's a lot of things that really line up here. Dan, I don't know if you want to talk about numbers real quick of what this can do.
So within the region, one of the concerns with doing a regional SAF facility is there enough need for it? And with the somewhere near 22 million gallons of fuel pumped annually between the 3 or 4 airports in the region, we're pretty, we can pretty much use its own SAF facility in this area. And then as the FAA increases the percentage of SAF that can go into each aircraft, right now it's leveled at 50% due to an aromatic issue in the fuel. Eventually it'll get to 100% and we can use more and more of this fuel. Plus it cuts off the carbon chain of this from the standpoint of we bring this in from LA, San Francisco, and it's even brought in on ships from the South Pacific. So hopefully we can cut out a lot of the carbon footprint.
Patty had a question, and then maybe Francie.
Yeah, I brought this up at the Northwest Council of Governments meeting to the council, and I also brought it up at the Economic Development District with COG, that this is not necessarily about bringing in new employees for economic development issues, but it's retraining of employees that are losing their jobs because of the decrease in coal mining. And it's a great opportunity to retrain people, literally bring them into the light of day, for them to have jobs above ground working in these refineries. And it was an interesting discussion. A lot of people were interested, were unfamiliar, so it was a great discussion that we had there. So, and I didn't go to Washington. I went to Orlando the middle of July. That's how much I sacrificed.
That's right. It was
Supreme sacrifice.
Yeah,
on
but hopefully
Patty's
to
part.
Washington in March. We'll be going back and working on seeing where we stand with the revenue sources.
Francie, then Kelly.
Yeah, I'm Dan. I'm wondering if we increase the amount of sustainable aviation fluid in the fuel that's in jets. So do the engines need to be changed in order to adapt?
They likely will have to be adjusted somewhat. So it's really what happens is without the aromatics in the fuel, which is natural in petrol fuels, but not as so much in SAF, is that the seals and gaskets deteriorate and dry out. So that's really, so they have to add an aromatic to the SAF. Is what it's
An
happening.
aromatics like a lubricant.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. I was thinking it didn't smell good. But this is a lubricant.
Yeah, I don't think
That's partly why you go with blended mixes, right?
Yep, exactly why.
And then would that then be a petroleum-based lubricant?
Possibly. I'm not sure exactly what goes into the aromatic itself.
Okay.
Still a net gain, I hope.
Interesting question.
But so as airlines and private pilots make their plans to come to the western slope of Colorado, is there a point at which the amount of SAF will exceed the changes they've made in their engines?
That's
Are we
the-
going to have a point of tension?
That's the hope. Not the tension part of it, but the fact that we would have more SAF than is needed, yes.
But I mean, will there be a point at which we're selling SAF that has more, fuel that has more SAF in it than they've already adapted their engines to?
No, that's not likely. It's a legal thing as far as with
It's
the FAA.
the impediment is legal, not
It's a regulatory, I should say,
mechanical
not
or
legal.
engineering.
Correct.
Well, it's a couple of things, I think, as I'm understanding the question. So one, I think that's part of what we hope this study will answer.
Yeah.
That's part of why we're doing the study. The aromatics and how SAF is blended or not is a matter of mechanics. The rest is a matter of legality of markets.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good question, though. Kelly.
Yeah, two things. This is prompting me to report out to you guys that at the climate conference that we sponsored, I had a conversation with the director of the Office of Just Transitions, who is interested in the project and how this feasibility study progresses. So I think I'd be happy to connect you guys, but he'd be a great person to sort of give a progress report to, so that they can be thinking about how it integrates with their work further down the line. And then I wondered who the commissioner is in Garfield County, or I mean in Mesa County, so as we run into them at a variety of state functions, we can.
Yeah, it's Cody.
Cody.
Davis. Yeah.
What's the last name?
Davis.
Cody
Davis,
Davis.
okay.
Thank you.
Great. Another good question.
In fact, they brought their attorney in too, a couple of meetings because he's got some aviation experience and is really interested in this too. So, and I don't know his name, but
So the question I have for one of you is, where are we going to find enough feedstock to produce 22 million gallons of SAF?
that's why we're doing the study.
Logan
Yeah.
County.
Somewhere else.
It's it's a
So-
big part of
but
this.
So what would it include? What are we looking for? Forests? We're looking for agriculture? What are we
It's an
looking
open book. We're looking at. I know that Francie's mentioned a couple times concerns about ag, but that's what this is going to do, Greg. It's going to look at all type. The one thing that I didn't mention with Eagle County and what got us and probably Mesa County really excited is there's technology out there, and we believe it's in Canada. It's not proven quite yet. That can take landfill waste and convert it to SAF.
Yeah, that's
which
where I
then
want
would
us to go.
reduce expansions of landfills. And so that's where Eagle County is at right now. They have actually contracted, their commissioners have contracted with a company specifically that's going to bring in units and plop those into their landfill. And they're kind of in a series. And so they're going to be ahead of us on this. And this feasibility will actually even look at that because John had asked us when we started through this process, let's do a yes and. So this isn't just specific to LanzaTech and LanzaJet. This is opened up to take a look at all kinds of opportunities, and we'll take a look at those as well. So landfill is a big one.
There was recently a pretty good article in the New York Times about converting landfill to fuel, and I think it was in Denmark.
Denmark, okay, yeah,
My
okay.
guess is that a lot of commissions are having this conversation. I know consultants in DC say this is the hot topic. This is the new, holy grail
Yeah.
of trying to solve this and produce SAF. So I'm sure there's a great body of knowledge developing very rapidly out there, and if we're not the very first, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Let someone else be the probe.
In fact, there was an effort in Reno, I believe, that completely failed. And I mean, they put the refinery up, had it going, and could not make it work. And so that is what we're definitely going to avoid.
Right.
So
I think Denver had that situation also. Patty, and then
No,
Kevin.
I was just gonna ask, do you know why it failed?
yeah, they couldn't keep consistently running to get the SAF on a consistent basis. It was just too up and down, and they couldn't.
Do you know what their food stock was? Chips?
I don't know what it was there. We could look into it, but we can look that up for you.
Casino food.
We're using that as an example.
Just
We
of
don't want to do.
interest, not in any hurry.
Yeah.
Well, and I just want to flag, there's been a long history in this country and some real sensitivity related to like environmental justice issues around waste to power incineration and, being able to explain how this is different and why it's different. I know I will need more information to do that well, but it's something I think we should be aware of.
Very good point.
Thank you.
So on the numbers that you had authorized us to put in $200,000, we got a $200,000 grant, and then we have the $50,000 from Mesa County. Our request to DOLA originally, we had talked to them about dropping ours to 150, using 50, and still doing the 200 match. That's the way it's going in, but we're going to keep the other 50 just in case this thing comes in a little higher. We don't know. We have no idea. We're in anywhere from 300 to 500,000 for these type of studies. So.
Great.
Okay.
Anything else?
All right.
Questions,
Okay.
comments?
No more questions.
Sorry that took a while.
Let's
but-
No,
just
thank
keep
you. No,
moving.
that was
Thank you, guys.
This is exciting.
worthwhile. That's really exciting. And, Dan, that was my question for you.
Yeah.
What is our carbon footprint from the current fuel sales and projected fuel sales, and how could this change that?
Wow. Couldn't tell you exactly what the carbon footprint is there. Hopefully it'll,
Or Michael, sorry, Michael could answer that. Maybe.
yeah, Michael should be able to answer that.
Okay.
We don't-
I saw Michael run out of the room.
They're just pointing
We'll work
fingers.
to bring
Okay,
that
that'd be a
back,
good
yeah.
question. What
It
are
is.
we actually saving? What kind of, what significance does this have? If we're trying to reduce carbon emissions, what does this actually mean? And I think it's going to be huge.
Yeah, and again, we've got that 30% reduction goal, so we've got to measure it off as something. So we'd have to come back with some data that shows that we're making some progress.
Yeah,
So we
great.
will.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have 2 requests for housing unit renovations. We have Andrew Miller and Ashley Pearl here to present the two requests, one from the general fund, one from the Housing Impact Fee Fund.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Ashley Pearl. You hear a lot from me about housing, but I'm really excited to be joined today by our new staff member on the housing team, Andrew Miller.
Welcome,
You've
Andrew.
probably seen him before. He formerly worked for APSHA for a number of years, and before that was a music teacher, so I'm learning all about music. But as part of our housing team and our housing profile here at the county, we own, as the county, 20, we call them general fund units because they were purchased to serve employees more in the general fund, not in specialty funds necessarily. So we have 20 units that we own kind of throughout the valley, but mainly from here to Willits. And then we manage those and we rent them to our employees. And as you can imagine, across 20 units, there's always something going on. A broken ice maker, needing new windows, things like that. But the board made a commitment that when we purchase these units, if somebody's currently living in them who's working locally in the region, we allow that person to stay. So in addition to being landlords to our employees as Pickens County employees, we are also a landlord in some of our units to community members who are part of our local workforce. So recently we had 2 units that we had purchased and community members were living in them when we purchased them. And both of them kind of came up within a month of each other and community members vacated them. So these were units that we had purchased, never put an employee in. And overall, that's a really good thing. I mean, we're sad to see workforce leave the community, but also excited to get those units back and be able to offer them up to our employees because that's kind of the intention of why we bought them. Unfortunately, we got into these units and there were some things that happened over the last 8 to 10 years since we had purchased them, as you do with maintenance and wear and tear. So Andrew can tell you more, but that's the impetus to why we're here, and just a little bit more about the scope of the housing team as we do manage those units for our employee rentals. And sometimes they require some upkeeps. So I'm excited to introduce Andrew. He's the new member of the housing team. Housing Policy Analyst is his title, and hopefully just bringing a lot more consistency and service to the programs that we offer to the community and kind of the connections with our key partners in the community.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Andrew Miller, Housing Policy Analyst. Nice to be in front of you today. So we have 2 supplementals. I'll talk about them somewhat in tandem, and then we can kind of break down some differences between the 2. So both of these, the goal of them are to maintain and sustain the inventory and the assets that the county does own. We are looking at both of these as they both had some serious HVAC issues, and so we wanted to get the supplemental request in front of you before that cold weather season hits, as one of the units can or will, if we don't make some adjustments to it, affect some of the units that neighbor, just based on the layout of the boiler. So for 3202, that's down in Basalt, we're looking for a supplemental request out of the general fund, as this is just a modernization and remodel project. Part of that is it has a failing boiler, so we're looking at replacing it with a heat pump solution for some energy efficiencies. That unit, the previous tenant, did have a lot of challenges heating all the different areas in the unit. So we've been looking at that heat pump solution as a way to, one, increase the efficiency, but also to make sure we're following some of those climate goals from the county's perspective. And then for 417A, which is over in the AABC, after that unit was vacated and we started looking at it, we did notice that there were some black mold. So we did have it tested. There came back positive for black mold, and then knowing that we'd have to disturb the drywall to mitigate that black mold, we are also going to have to do an asbestos mitigation, and we're looking at taking that unit all the way down to the studs just based off the severity of the black mold and the amount of drywall that we're going to have to remove out of that unit based on taking it all the way down to the studs. In that specific unit, how the boiler system works, it's actually in a separate building that's owned, I think, by the school district. That heat line comes through that 417A and heats the rest of the units in 417. So we can't allow them, or the HOA can't get in to do any plumbing work in our unit until that black mold and asbestos mitigation has been completed. Just wanted to give you a very quick high level, but if you have some additional questions or specifics, I'm happy to go into them.
I'll open it up in a sec. Just wanted to ask about the double boiler system for the unit in basalt. You've got a heat pump, then a backup. Is that like a hot water and demand boiler, or is it a heating system?
So it's meant in case at lower temperatures, heat pump solutions don't always work as efficient. So it's a backup system, but it's just a small boiler.
Got it. Interesting. Okay.
That's recommended by the engineers that looked at it. We had them bid out a number of different options, and that's kind of what came in at the most efficient, as well as within some level of budget.
I know that the heat pumps can be good down. I think the heat pumps can be good down to about 18 below, actually. And I thought for basalt, that's pretty rare that happens, I think. But interesting to see what they're recommending. I don't know who was first. Steve?
So is there, going forward and when we're purchasing new units or new to us, is there any way we could foresee these kind of issues? Like the one at the AABC has just been, it's been a headache the whole time we've had it, and it's too bad we bought the place to begin with, but is there any way doing a building inspection that you can foresee some of these issues and maybe just not buy the unit?
Yeah, I think both Andrew and I are kind of new to the job of housing for the county, and so one of the things we're going to do this fall is actually do a walkthrough of all the units that we own, so we can at least maybe get ahead of future maintenance issues, because you never know when a tenant's going to move out, so it's hard to budget year to year. But just having a better sense of when a tenant does move out, what our existing units are going to require, so it doesn't catch us so off guard. But then also, we do work with a realtor to assess what's on the market right now. And definitely this has taught us to, keep a couple good eyes on stuff. But I do want to emphasize, we bought one of these 8 years ago. So if we haven't touched it in 8 years, some of this is to be expected. And of course, a leak behind the walls that you don't know about creates a mold situation fairly quickly. And if you let that go untended for a couple of years, hence we're taking it down to the stud. So trying to just have a better communication with our tenants so that if something is happening in our units, we can make sure we're just getting eyes on it. Not that we haven't in the past, but but it's a good thought. We've definitely had some shocking numbers come up in these projects.
I think that's par for the course of being a landlord. That they don't even know there's a leak behind the bed, for instance, or until spring comes and they realize it's been there for months, but then it's too late, right? So those things happen.
Yeah, and I remember both of the purchases. They both seemed like really good locations, and that's why, and good prices we were getting. So that's why
it's
we
a great
bought
investment
them.
already. It's still a good investment, even with the problems.
And I did forget to mention, sorry, that the 3202 supplemental request from the general fund is $130,000. A lot of that is from the replacement of the boiler, and then for the AABC unit 417A is $250,000 because of the full down to the studs and then replacement. That one, since it is not just a modernization and it's a capital project, we can access or at least utilize housing impact fee.
And we did do the quick analysis of, should we just sell them? Is it worth it? And we realized, especially with the ABC unit, we'd have to do this mitigation regardless.
Right.
And some of those units are going for triple or quadruple what we initially bought this for. So our analysis tells us it's worth the investment, because to get a similar unit in a similar place, as to Steve's point, these are both great locations and really good HOAs and good complexes. You can't replace these even if we're putting in quite a bit right now. So,
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Good to know.
Appreciate the knowledge about the impact fee. I wouldn't have said that.
Right,
Thank you.
Thank
Next,
you, guys.
we have
Okay,
a
Jeff.
request from the Public Safety Radio Fund, and also
Jeff and Brett. Is Brett?
Dispatch
Yeah, Brett's here.
is involved.
Parker's here. All right, we got the whole team. Great. Not me all by yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to talk about this important public safety initiative. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the Telecommunications Director for Pitkin County, and I'll let the two of you introduce yourself.
Hi, Brett Loeb, 911 Director for Pitkin County.
Parker Lathrop, Chief Deputy of Operations for the Sheriff's Office.
So this supplemental request is for a digital trunked radio system for the Crystal River Valley, called DTRS for short. Many of you may want to know, well, what's a DTRS? Well, a DTRS provides radio communications for our first responders, law, fire, ambulance, mountain rescue, open space and trails, road and bridge, that all use our roads and backcountry as well. And this particular system is currently on 7 sites within Pitkin County today. Most of the county is actually covered. Crystal is really the last remaining area that's currently not covered by our digital trunked radio system.
Jeff,
Um,
can you
sorry,
hang on
Jeff,
for
hold on a
a sec?
sec.
I'm not sure if our system is working. You are frozen.
Oh,
the
our
TVs are
monitor's
frozen.
frozen. Do
I
we
don't
need to
know
do
if
anything?
everything is working okay.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Andor, are we good? Thanks. We're going to just take a quick break for a technical.
That's for our protection. Anytime public safety comes
It's a
up.
public safety item.
This is an AI
Doesn't
generated.
project.
Perfect
Sorry,
timing.
I'm just
Thank you for catching that.
too far along
I was
here.
watching Jeff and he was so animated I didn't even notice.
I know, I was
that.
too, but then I was like, why is he looking down? But he's
I
not
kept
looking
looking
down.
at you and you're kind of doing this. Well, she's going to ask a question. But
Here's an innocent question that I don't think needs to be asked in public. So it's kind of like a sophisticated walkie-talkie system.
it's a, radio. Show your radio, Parker.
Yep. It's this.
Okay. Yeah.
We all carry.
Sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break, folks, but I think we're on schedule. I hope.
Yeah, and the aspen prep got a lot
Okay, we are back on after a short break. We are looking at budget supplementals, and we have the radio, the DTRS system.
The
up
Dancing
again.
with the Stars
Dancing
radio.
with the Stars radio system. That's pretty good.
Heard it.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, we just had a technical.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
glitch.
Jeff Kruger, Pickens County Telecommunications Director. Yeah, this supplemental request is for a digital trunked radio system for the Crystal River Valley. We currently have 7 DTRS sites throughout the county. Most of the county is currently covered. Crystal River means really the last coverage gap, if you will, within the county. It's an essential item, really, not only for citizens, but also for our public safety, first responder personnel. Again, so that they can communicate amongst themselves with their radio units, as well as make calls back to our 911 dispatch center, which then in turn can allocate either other resources to an event or set up mutual aid incidents. The DTRS system is, we're asking for $400,000, and this is not a request really to the board. It's really just an advance, if you will, on the Pickens County E911 fund, which is actually being developed through an increase from their E911 surcharge, which was recently approved by the PUC. This $400 will be then in turn transferred from Brett's department over to my department. My department will actually be implementing this system. We will be designing, developing it, and installing it. This particular effort, I'm also happy to say, is a collaboration between Pickens County and the Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District. Pickens County is basically providing the equipment and the infrastructure. They in turn are providing a generator. They're providing all the electrical systems to connect the generator, as well as the electrical to power up the room where the equipment goes. They'll also be providing air conditioning units within that area. And then they're going to be paying all utilities going forward. So it's really kind of a win-win situation for us and for Carbondale Rural, which really is responsible for responding, whether it be a fire or a house incident where someone's in need. And yeah, that's about it. And if either Brett or Parker want to add anything to it, and if you have any questions, we'll entertain.
I'd love to open it with, so what is the coverage going to look like? If you were to put up a map, we'd see gaps in the crystal. How comprehensive is the coverage? Are we still going to have line of sight issues up in various gorges and things like that we have?
Yeah, we have that today.
We've got that today, right?
Yeah, so there's no perfect, especially with all the drainages we have throughout Pickens County. It's from a coverage map issue, it's kind of a nightmare. And but the idea is to try to get up into those drainages as far as we can. And this does cover it covers all of Redstone, which is great, which is not covered today, and it covers almost all of the 133 corridor. It covers in a little bit into Coal Basin as well, and so we've had some incidents up there, which this will help in that area, but it's not the end-all means for coverage.
So,
but it covers the majority of the area where people are. That's important.
So how far are we away from satellite communication doing this?
Not for this kind of radio service. We're still reliant on our mountaintops and, yeah.
At least I didn't have to ask this.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's just, you just keep thinking it's going to be here, but it's not here. Go ahead.
So I used to drive school bus for Roaring Fork School District, and the school bus that would be going up the Crystal River, oftentimes if they needed to talk to the school bus office in Glenwood Springs, they would have to call the school bus that was up on Missouri Heights, was the only one they could reach. So they would talk to them, and the person in that bus would call the Glenwood office. Which, if there was an emergency, it was kind of a roundabout way and not very reliable. But my question is the school bus radio system, DTRS, I'm really not sure, but is it tied into the same system? Because I think it should be.
Yeah, currently, Roaring Fork School District does not use our system. Aspen School District does.
Huh.
So Aspen is a big user, in fact, one of the largest users on our system. But yeah, Roaring Fork does not.
Could they?
They could, yes.
Other questions? Kelly?
I'm curious, is the work expected to be done before the end of 2024? Is that why you're asking us now?
Yeah, we're
rather
asking
than
for the
budget?
supplement now. Normally we do this during budget season, but in order to get the design process going as well as order equipment, we'd like to do an advance on our normal 2025 budget season and get this going now. It's an important item.
Okay, and then Connie, could you please explain to me the finances? Because I'm a little confused when it shows us the fund balance and then a zero across. I don't know where this money is actually coming from.
Yeah, so the money will actually be coming from the Pickens County Regional Emergency Dispatch, which is E911. E911 is not technically a part of the county.
Okay.
Dispatch is. E911 that collects the surcharges is a separate entity.
Okay, so we're authorizing to accept that money
Yes,
as we
so
bill
they will
against
be
it?
contributing the full amount, but it is then going into our public safety radio fund, which they will actually be doing the work and getting it set up.
So why do...
We still have to appropriate the money to do it, if we're going to be contracting and spending it.
Part
and
of
then
our
we'll get
budget
reimbursed.
controls is before we can contract, we have to encumber funds so that we ensure that we have the money there, and we have to have an appropriation. So it ensures we're coming to you to ask for permission.
I guess
on
I'm
those
just
things.
curious why it doesn't show the balance going up.
Because they're not contributing any more than what we'll be spending. The Public
Okay.
Safety Radio Fund will spend the 400,000 or that's an estimate of what it will cost, and then they will reimburse that same amount.
I see, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just looked at our list of supplementals to come, and we've used up a lot of our time
We have
because
a
we all
lot,
like
yep.
talking about this stuff. So I'm going to keep us moving here. Is there anything else you guys have for us? We think we understand the importance of this, and I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Don't forget the technical glitch took time too.
That's true.
Next, we have Healthy Rivers and Streams and a request for Lincoln Creek.
Nice. The pictures that you tied to it just make the argument right there, Lisa. You're not going to need to say much.
How could we say no?
Yeah. Hi, Connie. Yes, hi. Yeah, so I'll try not to take up too much time. I'm Lisa Tasker with the Pickens County Healthy Rivers Program. I could give you a quick summary and some background if you'd like, just to talk about Lincoln Creek and how we landed here. As you guys are all aware, the issues with the water quality in Lincoln Creek, which is a tributary to the Upper Roaring Fork, have become more of a concern over the last few years, with the fish kill up at Grizzly Reservoir in Lincoln Creek in 2021, and then again at North Star in 2023, which was the end of last summer. And the 2021 event led to the EPA coming in the fall of 2022, taking samples and producing a report last November. In the stretch between Ruby Mine and the adjacent mineralized tributary, which was something that was discovered during the sampling events with the EPA, and is now attributed to producing most of the heavy metals that we're seeing in Lincoln Creek. Anyway, between the Ruby Mine and adjacent mineralized tributary and Grizzly Reservoir, the water quality samples exceed state water quality standards for copper, aluminum, iron, cadmium, lead, manganese, and zinc, with copper and aluminum especially high. But all of those are exceeded. In February of this year, the EPA and the others involved with the study publicly released a report. And they all gathered and gave a 2.5-hour presentation in Basalt at RMI. I think Francie was attending. At the gathering, Pickens staff announced the intention to start a working group, inviting anyone interested to specifically pick up this issue and look into what could happen next. It's been described as a coalition of the willing so far. Anyway, consensus was formed around the effort within the work group led by Healthy Rivers and environmental health staff from Pickens County for a hired consulting entity to do additional review on the existing Lincoln Creek EPA report and other accessible data that's existing, and to complete a site visit, which was actually done last Friday by them, and comment on a myriad of the 2024 sampling plans by Colorado Parks and Wildlife and several other folks, which who have also been funded. They have received funding assistance from the Healthy Rivers Board to the tune of $36,250, and they include CPW, White River National Forest, Roaring Fork Conservancy, and the CU Instar. So at the July 18th meeting, the Healthy Rivers Board moved to recommend funding for 51% of a total of $15,550 for this hiring a contractor for this technical support, with the understanding that the Independence Pass Foundation had agreed to cover the remainder, which would be 49% or about $7,620. Independence Pass Foundation received from the Aspen Skiing Company Environmental Foundation a $10,000 grant, and they're putting some of this money toward this effort. So a subcommittee of the Lincoln Creek Work Group chose the contractor July 24th, and as I told you, They have already come on board, and they did their initial site visit last Friday. So we're a little have the horse a little bit ahead of the cart, but it's because we're here asking for a budget supplemental today. But they had a very successful day last Friday with all of these sampling groups. This initial effort is being referred to as phase 1, and the group that was hired, the consultant, was LRE Water, and so they have the goal of eventually informing ideas of future mitigation or restoration to address the heavy metals loading within the Lincoln Creek watershed. And this is expected to be accomplished in a future phase 2, which you will probably hear more about in the future. A related task, that phase 2 is a related task expected to be addressed by the Lincoln Creek Work Group with the leadership assistance of the county. So that's what I'm here for today.
Nice, quick data
I thought
download
I'd
there.
do it
Good
a
job.
speedy one, thanks.
Well done. So,
Yeah.
Any quick questions, comments? We've been following this.
Yeah.
I read in the news today that in order to combat the zebra mussels that have entered the Colorado River, they're introducing copper.
I know, I saw.
And so I'm just wondering if this will ensure that we don't have zebra mussels in Lincoln Creek in the rainforest.
I think that is an absolute confirmation. That is one thing that we do not have to worry about up there.
Well, that's a plus.
Yeah.
But maybe we can sell them some of this water that they scrape out.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of gallons. Yeah.
Well, thank you,
Anyway,
Lisa.
all right.
I'm going to keep us moving.
Yep.
Thanks for
Thanks.
that.
All right,
Thanks, Connie.
thanks. Sorry for the speed, but
That
I
was
just
great.
wanted to
No,
whip
well done.
through. All right,
Yeah,
great.
nice job. Thank you. Okay, next we have another assets project in the ambulance building.
And Jody's
Jody stepped out.
so GR steps in.
She's was out there on the phone.
Again, I'm GR Fielding, the Construction Asset Director. This project was being led by Jody Grady, who stepped out for a moment, but in an effort to standardize all of our building automation systems.
She's back.
She's back.
Oh,
Come on
Jody.
down.
Awesome. So in an effort to standardize all of our building automation systems, staff has been trying to transition all of them to the train system that we have. And in doing so, with the ambulance barn, Jody led a team, and they came across a few of the gremlins that we do sometimes in our built environment. In order to get this budget supplemental is to augment that to be able to get a system that operates at kind of full functionality. And if you all have questions on the ambulance building, or if Jody has something to add to that.
I just want to say that building was constructed in 2017.
17,
Oh, really? It's been that long.
16?
It's already
Yeah.
8 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
Things like this happen.
Yes.
Rich is the one who put that together.
There he is. Yeah, really, we just have some we just have a couple of incompatibilities with the systems, not necessarily how they talk to each other, that these parts just are older and they won't.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a pretty easy fix for
Right.
a small amount of money.
Got it. Okay.
I'm not sure $50,000 is a small amount of money.
And nowadays, Steve.
So is this coming from the ambulance district budget?
Yes, it is.
And we just have to feed it through our supplemental request here. So when we see this in a regular meeting to approve it, would we need to call a special meeting of
The
the?
ambulance district is a part of the county funds.
Okay.
He just didn't know if we need to convene as the board of the ambulance
The
district.
ambulance district is considered a dependent special district, so you're able to appropriate.
But we usually convene as the special district.
You have a question?
But we don't need to do that for the budget approval.
Got it. Francie.
I don't know whether my listening skills were really bad when you started, GR, but I don't really understand what this is. I'm sorry. Could you sort of give me an overview again?
Can you summarize what a building automation system or BAS is and how that?
Yeah, I
and then
saw
how
that, but that doesn't
okay.
really mean anything to
What,
me.
Yeah.
tell her what train is. That maybe
Yeah,
that will explain
exactly.
it.
Yeah, so the train system is the brains behind our heating and cooling in each building.
Oh, we're talking HVAC here?
HVAC.
That's all you need to say.
There you go.
She was wondering where the train station was. Thank you. Okay, that's pretty clear, and, you know, these things happen. It's an 8-year-old building, which gets a lot of use, and it's, you know, so it
It's
makes
a
sense.
24/7 facility. So,
Right.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah, and-
technology's evolving rapidly.
Yeah, and this has been problematic almost since the beginning, that we have not been able to control the heat in the sleeping rooms, which really makes it difficult for those staff that are trying to get rest in between calls. So this is going to fix that.
Too
and
hot
then
or
it
too
also,
cold, right.
Yeah, and it also is really giving them the opportunity to monitor remotely, where we've not been able to do that before. So.
Got it. Thank you
fix
for
it.
that. All right,
Thanks.
thank you for coming.
Okay, next we have the airport. There are 3 different supplemental requests for the airport.
Welcome.
She should. Is this deja vu? Haven't we looked at this wall?
We've seen
yes,
this
we-
wall.
yes,
We've seen
yes,
this
we
wall
have.
before, but it's
Okay.
moved
Just
since.
making sure.
Yep.
It looks really familiar.
It has moved since.
This is a moving project here.
So we have slides. So the retaining wall at the Airport Operations Center, the facade, not the actual wall itself, is crumbling and it's starting to deteriorate. And you're right, Francie, we did bring this to you in 2021, I believe, to do some drainage work to that wall to try to mitigate some of these issues. And it's just gotten to a point where this material is starting to really fail on there. So there we go. Thank you, Kara. So you can see the areas of the wall there that are starting to peel away, plus you can see all the effervescence that's coming through the cracks there. And it's just slowly making that wall fall apart. Our main concern here is really, there's the wall, is the electrical boxes that supply the AOC. If that wall collapses, it's going to take out those boxes as well. The other concern here is the pedestrian route. There's a door that goes into, and a number of our folks use that door to go in and out of the AOC. If that wall as pieces start to fall off that wall, it becomes an issue. From a history standpoint, the wall's coming up on 20 years old. We did that drainage mitigation project in 2021, and then because we started noticing this crumbling of this wall, we had Kimberly Horn, our engineering firm, come back and look at it, and they gave us a couple suggestions on this. They've evaluated 6 possibilities, and they compared it against 5 different criteria. Constructability really goes into being able to get into that kind of niche area right there without impacting the trees and the lawn and some other things, and the electrical boxes and other things that go in there. They also looked at the maintenance of a future, whatever they do to this, how it can be maintained, the aesthetics of it, those utility impacts, and then the cost. And they evaluated all those 6 options. 3 of them got knocked out right away. And then they narrowed it down to 3 possible options. 2 of those were a soil nailing, where one of them, they would keep the existing wall and build up in front of it. And the other one was that they'd remove the existing wall and build the wall there. And then another option was a large block replacement, where they'd remove the old wall and put large blocks in place of that. And these are like Legos, really. So if we ever rebuild that facility, these blocks actually can be removed and reused at a future time.
So these are actually like a concrete block
Exactly.
made to link together.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's exactly what they are.
They look like stone.
They do. So the aesthetics part matched in there as well. We did present this to the advisory board in our July meeting. We had Kimberly Horn run through all the options with them. And the advisory board found that the block wall was the best option. It also happened to be the least expensive option, which was a surprise. And so we're asking for $267,000 as a mid-year budget adjustment. That allows us to take care of this and remediate this issue before the winter season hits in. Okay.
And that's a quick fix, I guess.
It's a relatively quick fix. Yep.
Francie,
Is this come out of the airport funds?
Yes.
Or, oh.
Yep. Mhm.
could you put a sustainable aviation fuel plant somewhere in that?
Right behind the wall, yeah.
Okay, it seems pretty straightforward to me.
Me too.
Any other?
We think we've done this sometime before.
We know
in my
this wall.
history with
Yeah.
Hopefully, we won't be doing it in the next 20 years again.
And tell me, I'm sorry, I didn't, you haven't said anything, but
Oh, I'm
introduce
so
yourself.
sorry, I forgot to introduce Kara.
I'm Kara Brubaker, the new airport project coordinator,
Right.
and I'm not doing this project. I'm the
I think
that clear.
that was one of.
Bravo, manage our expectations.
I will be speaking next.
I'm just here for decoration.
Are you just going to tell me that was one of Rich's projects? Yeah, okay. I met you at the picnic.
Yes.
Nice to have you in here. Great.
So, do you need to shut down the AOC to do this work, or is it going to?
It's on the backside of the AOC. We can continue to operate while this is taking place. Yep. It's
Great.
fairly minimally invasive.
Okay, good.
Glad to hear it. Thanks. Nice to see you, Kara. Thanks, Dan.
Sure.
Anything else? Or
We have two more requests from
Oh,
the
from
airport.
you guys. You're not going
that-
anywhere.
That
Okay.
Kara is bringing forward.
I was wondering why you
that
were
have
sitting
come
there.
from the Airport Advisory Board.
Yeah, now onto two projects I'm not involved with.
Yes, my turn.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
I got this. Yeah. Noise monitoring and environmental services. The Airport Advisory Board recommended a revised framework for the Fly Quiet program, now becoming the Fly with Integrity program. Oh, you're good. Thank you. We are updating, we're moving from seasonal monitoring to year-round monitoring, and we're putting 8 new terminals out. They won't be fixed, they're movable, they're ran by solar, and they'll be on public property, and they'll be along the arrival and departure flight paths. We will create contours, and we'll be able to measure sound, we'll measure the noise, and see it with contours. And then BridgeNet will be running that, and we can also have a response to complaints, a program to respond to complaints.
Question, are these aren't on airport property, these are going to be located under the flight path, you said,
Yes.
so how far out are you going?
I think Woody Creek is probably the farthest. We've gone as the firehouse at Woody Creek is
Okay.
the farthest north that we've gone, and then Buttermilk is probably towards this way, the farthest.
Patty?
And I noticed on the next request, there's a statement that I really liked about being possibility of some partial FAA funding maybe in the future.
Maybe,
Would this
yeah.
maybe qualify for this too?
No, unfortunately, there's a couple reasons why this doesn't qualify. For one, we are ineligible for discretionary funding right now due to our runway issues. Number two, we do not have a 65 DNL contour, a certain noise level that leaves the airport property. And that is sort of the litmus test to be eligible for federal funding.
This is a little bit further out because we're listening to the community.
Correct. And this is part of the Common Ground recommendations to help us attain that 30% reduction in noise.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks, Kelly.
Yeah.
Francie? after-
Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
And yeah, this is great. I'm happy to support this. I will say I think that this is a topic that merits a more thorough presentation before our board. Potentially, perhaps we flag that for first quarter or something like that, because I would love to get really up to speed on what the discussions have been at the AAB about this project, as well as the emissions monitoring. But I don't. Now's not the time for it. Okay.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
that's
that. I was going to say, if, I hear people in Old Snowmass have noticed the change of the flight patterns, and I don't know if there's a noise issue or if it's just a new situation, but your footprint may need to expand a bit just to follow the way the new
Curves.
wraparound or whatever they call that
Right.
works, and people are coming in more over Old Snowmass or Capitol Creek, for instance. Steve might be able to share, hearing about airplanes that didn't do that before.
Sure.
And I don't know if there's a noise issue, but it's certainly, they notice
Well,
it.
it's actually quieter there now than it used to be in the old days when small planes and biplanes would fly over to Capitol Creek to practice doing loops and rolls. And that would be really noisy, like all day long.
That's what I have.
It's actually
Lights
quieter
all
now
the
with
time.
the big jets because they're higher up by the time they get that far away from the airport.
Yeah.
I do have a question though, Greg. I remember the noise contour charts that showed like the big oval of the following the flight path. And I think that was comparing different aircraft, different types of aircraft had different noise contour charts. Now, will this be able to, that's basically what this would do for different aircraft, would
This shows
monitor what
It would show
a
the
certain
decibels that come
aircraft
from those
was
different
being.
aircraft, and then you would be. It creates a map of that, and you will be able to see how loud that aircraft is.
Decibel levels in,
Yes.
in those zones.
Yep.
Maximum
Based
decibel.
on that aircraft. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Francie?
Yeah, so this is just recording what the sounds are, but there isn't any mitigation involved in this at all. It's just like, how loud is it?
Discovery.
Right? That's what we're doing?
Exactly. So this will allow us to do more of a longitudinal study on where the noise taking place and impacts. And from that standpoint, we could probably get into some possible mitigation measures. The unfortunate part about this one is we're so confined by terrain
Right.
that there are very few options for that. But it also can lead to an educational program as well.
And then, this is off the airport grounds where you're putting these?
Yes.
Wow. So are we using general fund or airport money?
So, no, that's a good question. Because it's an airport-related item, we can attribute those particular monitors to an airport issue. Now, if we were using those monitors to measure airport and, let's say, also sound on Highway 82, that would be an off-airport use because.
I see.
So.
Okay.
Yep.
And I have a random question for you, and Greg's gonna shoot me evil eyes here, because I'm gonna slow everything down, so I'm not gonna look at him right now. So we had this, one of those, kite-like flyers go right through, up over our yard last night with a motor on it. Is that something that's regulated by the FAA, or can you just go fly one of those things anytime you want and anywhere you want?
For the most part, I believe those are fall under the experimental category. So they are regulated, but they're the lightest regulatory category of the FAA.
So they don't have to register with anybody or say where they're going or anything like that?
They don't have to, they should. It's recommended that they do.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's a great question, and I think if they were anywhere within the flight pattern of the airport, they would definitely
Then they
have
would.
to.
Yes.
But if
They're
they're out in the
loud.
boondocks where you are,
They're loud. And I have all the airplanes you used to get. On the weekends, it's just constant airplane, right?
Get 'em
over
over
us.
Aspen too
So
all the
loud,
time.
so loud.
over the music tent, right?
Over the-
Okay.
over the east
Thank
end.
you for that one. That's going to be really interesting, and I appreciate Kelly's comment about, we want to hear more about that as we learn things. So on to wins, Kara.
I'm going to invite Barry Vaughn with the Safety Task Force up here. The Airport Advisory Board unanimously voted to move forward with a supplemental request for the Safety Task Force Wind Study Initiative. The goal of the Airport Wind Project Study is to help better understand the weather and wind patterns happening at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. The winds at ASC are often strong and complex due to turbulence and wind shear caused by wind spill over the unique topography, contributing to numerous accidents and incidents at ASC. Barry, if you want to talk about the Hawker accident that helped lead us to this.
Good afternoon, I'm Barry Vaughn. The Hawker runway overrun incident was the result of very unusual and not yet understood complex wind patterns at the airport. As the commissioners will recall, safety in the air and on the ground at our airport is the #1 community goal of the Common Ground recommendations. It's the one thing that is the least political, the least controversial, everybody supports it. One of the recommendations of the Safety Task Force was to implement a study, if possible, working with NCAR. The National Science Foundation has the National Center for Atmospheric Research facility in Boulder, Colorado. Their, the Research Application Lab has extensive experience in doing complex and cutting-edge technology wind studies at airports. They did so at the Kai Tak Airport in Hong Kong some years ago. And then more recently, again, although this is maybe 10, 15 years ago, maybe a little bit more, they did an extensive study at Juneau, Alaska. And Juneau's airport is in a narrow, confined glacial valley, as is ours. And NCAR did a fabulous job in coming up with a complex wind hazard warning system at Juneau. This project here and the budget request of $125,000 is based on a proposed statement of work by NCAR as to suggesting what we could do to go forward to determine the feasibility of having such a system as was put in at Juneau, but with more modern technology put in here so that we could have better understanding of the complex wind patterns that we have in this valley and make aviation safer for pilots and their passengers.
Right, thank you. Now, this isn't rotor wash or tail wash as much as it's cross field winds coming down off of snowmass or whatever else is happening. Is that right?
That is correct. We're not talking about vortex turbulence coming off of the wingtips. We're not talking about plane-on-plane wind effects. We're talking about the complex things that happen to the air mass when it gets pulled over a rough terrain, such as we have here. Here in the central Colorado mountains, we have perhaps the most complex wind system that exists anywhere within, say, 800 miles. If we could have a better understanding of that, we could make aviation safer.
Patty?
This one could be reimbursed at some point down the line from FAA.
Possibly. Again, we run into the same problem
I know, I'm
with
saying
this one.
wishful thinking at the end of the day.
But this is an on-airport, this is directly
It's outside
funded.
of that, it's a matter of if we can get money from FAA in the future.
And there is, I should say that it's our partners at NCAR have extensive experience with the grant system, and it might very well be that there are as yet not only untapped but not yet considered sources of funding should the recommendation be as a result of this work being done to go forward with a more robust program and a more robust system to look at potential other areas of funding as well.
I have another quick question. And it's my understanding that the end goal, part of it would be to have real-time data that goes to the pilots. Because now there's a little lapse. By the time you get there, the wind's already gone.
Yes.
So this would hopefully bring us up to speed with where the wind's coming from and how quickly it's coming.
The ultimate, that's absolutely correct, and the ultimate and best way of doing that, maybe, certainly not as a result of this study, but ultimately the ideal would be to get real-time in-cockpit information graphically available to the pilots and perhaps with audible warnings too, which would be not just audible and graphic, but it would be spatial as well to help them deal with the complexities of the air that we have here in this valley.
Thank you.
So we're trying to catch up to what a windsock did back in the day, but.
Exactly, exactly. Windsocks are still good, very good, but the thing is, if you
More windsocks.
you need windsocks all over the valley.
Right,
You know,
you
you
need
need
them
10,000 of them, and you need them in the air, hung by balloons, right?
That'd be really popular.
Windsocks are good when I want to decide if I'm going to fly with Bruce Gordon or not.
You look at the windsocks, see? Really
Windsocks and barf bags, absolutely.
Thank you for that. This is looking forward to seeing what shakes out.
Thank
My
you.
guess is they'll have some great
Very nice to meet you
visual,
again.
graphical, illustrations of how this works. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, thank you, Barry, for
Thank
that
you.
clarity.
Thank you very much.
And again, to mention what Patty said again, both of these, we may have to end up pumping the brakes on both of these long-term, just because, again,
Unless
all
things
of our
change.
money's going into the runway right now, so.
Right. Copy that.
Yeah.
Be that.
Back to the windsock. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Nice to meet you.
I'll just stick around.
You're going to stick around. Oh, so I think that's it for budget supplementals. Is that correct?
No, we've still
No.
have, we've still got
Oh.
four more.
What
Geothermal
happened?
with your
We
We got four
have
more, and we're gonna.
Somehow I don't have them. Oh, here they are.
Geothermal
Here it is.
Dan's
heating
not going
district
anywhere.
feasibility study.
He's
He's trying
PNC coming
trying
in
to
here.
break a couple of million here.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, Dan, I thought you were handling this one. Oh, okay, I can do it. Oh, so this budget supplemental request is the result of some feasibility studies that had happened after the Lake Christine fire. we partnered up with Holy Cross Energy and RAFTA in doing several different studies. Those studies resulted in the recommendation of 2 projects. The first, the board may have heard of, the AABC microgrid project, which is ongoing right now, that is being constructed. The other is a geothermal heating district. The Colorado Energy Office put out a request for grant applications, and we were awarded $250,000 to finish the feasibility study and to start looking at what a design would look like for a geothermal heating district that would be in the AABC area and around the airport and on the airport. This final feasibility would build upon the 2021 RMH study that was done previously and look at site condition analysis, including hydrogeologic and geophysical conditions. So one of the big things is knowing what type of soils you have, where the water is, knowing where you can pump heat into and out of. Looking at the potential of harvesting wastewater energy, because that's an exothermic process. We could potentially garner some heat from Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District, which is in the neighborhood. And look at some community benefit around that as well. The heating district portion is a bit on the bleeding edge, but we are not alone on the western slope. Actually, the western slope of Colorado right now, I would argue, is one of the places that's advancing this the fastest. So we've been meeting with several other agencies that are in the same boat with this round of funding. So the project that we're proposing is $475,000 to finish up the feasibility, get into design. The tap on the airport fund would be $225,000, and we had that $250,000 from the Colorado Energy Office.
Yeah, I have a question.
Francie?
Are you working with Carbondale on this?
Yes, and so the working group that we have right now is John Fox Rubin from the 3rd Street Center. They're working on their project. Eagle County has a project going right now. The town of Vail has a project going right now. And I'm leaving one out, but it's not coming to mind. But, yeah.
And so this is just the feasibility study, and the impact to the airport fund is only $225,000, and the rest is
grant, and we'll bring forward. We're still waiting to get the final grant contract, and so that'll come before the board, as is typical of state funds, as a resolution for us to accept that grant.
So is this feasibility study include the engineering that would be needed, or just whether or not it's possible to do something?
It gets us into that realm of how possible and how extensive.
But not engineering.
But not engineering yet. No, we would expect something that is a bit more robust to get into the engineering if this is widely. This is going to be a pretty large project that could tie into much of the future of that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a quick question about, I was just thinking what you've got the sanitation plant producing, heat. You've got the snow melt, and it was occurring to me that what if the snow melt lot reduced in size for one reason or another? Is there any application, is there any ever excess heat in the winter? Probably not, but I'm just wondering, could that be a resource to have that refrigerated piece of ground there with snow melt? Could we melt snow with it, or could we use that to help cool at certain times? Is that even maybe that's too far out there, but I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
Greg,
the answer's yes.
Yes. So the whole idea of a thermal energy network is that you can move heat, right? Heat is a unit, and you're going to be pumping that heat around the district as needed. And in general, during the winter, you will be extracting the heat out of the ground and putting it into buildings, and vice versa during the summer. That being said, depending on what we find as far as the potential, it depends on how far out and what different concentrations you can have of these types of systems, and where between Public Works, RAFTA Bus Barn, Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District, on the airport, et cetera. And so as we look at things like snow melt, which are very energy intensive, these are ways to reduce the amount of energy that's needed for all those types of systems, whether it's heating and cooling a building or a piece of ground.
So you're cooling as well as heating.
There's certainly the potential for that.
You know, we also have the animal shelter out there. I'm just
Yes.
thinking you've got Public Works, or
Yeah.
Raft, all that. It's possible that we might be building a facility out there, another public facility out there at some point. Is there a way to have a modular addition to the network?
Yes, and that's one of the most attractive things about these thermal energy networks is they can be very, very modular. You can build a field of wells that is a certain size that can be expanded into the future as you bring other things online. You can build that capacity up front, and you can extend the lines of the fluid, usually water, that's carrying that thermal energy around.
Great, thank you. Patty?
I was just looking at other partners such as CMC, the Mountain Rescue, the Lumberyard Project, ski companies out there with a pretty good-sized building. And if we're going to benefit public entities, it'd be nice to bring in, well, those is to be somewhat public entities, CMC and the Lumberyard, but I mean, if we were to find that there was a really good source of geothermal there, that might be a great opportunity for us. I just thought $700,000 for a study was an interesting. Let's just move it to $1 million.
It's not actually 700. It's that we have to account for the appropriation on the airport side.
I know. I'm looking at all the stuff, but
yeah. So it's just
when you look at there's a number
475.
700,000 that comes up on this, you know, total new appropriations. However we're funding it, it's still there's that 700,000. So just it's a big number.
This is of another order. This has the potential of being of another order of magnitude compared to some of the other energy.
Yeah, so I'm looking at other partners that are right there at the ABC.
And this is the study that's going to identify exactly how
great.
feasibility each one of those things are.
I think those would be good partner opportunities.
Great.
Just one last comment.
Yeah.
I think I've mentioned it to you before, GR, but Pagosa Springs has been operating their downtown buildings off of geothermal for
100
decades
years?
and decades.
Yes.
Sure.
But they do have hot springs, so it's a little bit different than what you're looking at. But
That is a different type of thermal energy. That is actually more of a source than a storage.
yeah.
Now, if Glenwood Springs were doing it, they could save a lot of energy down there, but
That's what she said.
Pagosa, she's talking about Pagosa.
Oh, I thought she said Glenwood.
Okay.
Pagosa's doing that? Huh.
All right. I think that's it. Let's keep moving.
Next, we have
Thanks.
Open Space and Trails, last but not least, and we have 3 supplemental requests.
Okay, no one else is joining me, so it's just
Hey, Gary.
Gary Tenenbaum with Pickens County Open Space and Trails, and the first one you had a long discussion about is the Rolling Fork Safe Passages, and so I don't know if you need more information than the hour we spent on that one, but if you guys are all okay, I won't
I
go
don't need
through.
more information.
Okay, so that one's moving forward, and we still haven't found out from Snowmass Village what their level of participation is, but I will let you know. But it will be no more than $18,000 for this supplemental.
Great.
So for the next one,
Of course, we'd like to talk about it, but we don't need to, so let's keep moving.
No, we don't.
Okay. Thanks.
okay, I think the next one on the list is the
Deer Creek Ranch Solar System.
Yeah, so this is Deer Creek Ranch Solar, and Ted will give you kind of a explanation of it, and I can kind of go through what the Open Space Board discussed about it.
Hi, Ted O'Brien, Deputy Director, Open Space and Trails. This is a budget supplemental request for a solar implementation project on our Deer Creek Ranch. The purpose of this project is to provide an annual budget savings to the OST program by capitalizing on Holy Cross's Renewable Energy Incentive Program, which allows landowners to produce up to 200% of the subject property's annual energy consumption through a grid-connected solar system. At 200% level of production, we would receive a credit, which we would use to offset other OST energy-consuming properties that do not have good solar gain capabilities. Deer Creek Ranch is completely reliant on electric. We removed the natural gas line in 2022. So once this project is completed, if we do decide to implement it, then it would be Open Space and Trails' first net gain property. We originally budgeted for 100% solar system to be implemented on the property, which would only cover that property's electric usage. But after we kind of got into analyzing the characteristics of the property aspect, we realized that it actually had the ability and space to hide a fairly large system, and it had good proximity to the space that we could use had good proximity to the electric pole there. So yeah, we just kind of decided to pursue looking into implementing a larger system and explore the possibility to increase the scope and budget of the project. The impacts of this project are pretty minimum. We worked with Curtis Tesh, the CPW game warden and leasee of Deer Creek Ranch, to carefully select a location that wouldn't impede any known wildlife movement corridors and wouldn't be overly visible to neighboring properties or adjacent roadways. The site selected also is not near any riparian areas or any quality wildlife habitat. And like I mentioned, it's close to the electric feed and meter, which is a big plus for the system's efficiency. So the options here are, one, do nothing and continue to rely and pay for the already existing Holy Cross grid connection. Two, we could wait because the OST board is going to have a retreat in February to develop a climate action policy based on the county's climate action plan that is currently being developed. Three, build the 100% solar system as planned and budgeted for in 2024. Or four, build a 200% system on a different OST property that also has adequate solar gain capabilities. But I would mention that not all of our properties have great solar gain capabilities or the ability to kind of hide a solar system as well as this property. So our recommendation from our recent OST board meeting, the majority of that board voted to recommend the funding of this budget supplemental to the BoCC. But we did have a good discussion about if this was an appropriate use of open space funding and properties. So I'll let Gary chime in on that.
Sure. It's for open space and trails, we're not necessarily open space and buildings, and so we kind of acquired buildings over time, and the way we've acquired them is with an open space purchase. And on this property we have two houses, and in the past when I first started, we used to buy properties that with houses on them we would knock them down, and because it's open space and trails. Then we started to realize these are incredible opportunities for affordable housing, and so we have been purchasing properties with houses, and we've been restoring them or working with partners. We have an incredible partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on this property. They paid for one of the houses to be restored for a long-term lease, and it's actually been able to retain Curtis now he's been here over 10 years almost, and so it's been an incredible partnership. And we also have another house that we restored last year, and this is a way for us to, be able to house our employees. And then you get to the next level of it, it goes, okay, we turn these properties to electricity, and we took the gas line out. And so now is the opportunity, should we put solar? The roofs of these houses do not really, align perfectly to producing all of this electricity. So this is a ground mounted system. And so when we brought it to the Open Space Board, there was some good conversation, because the Open Space Board does want to really review what we do overall with the program in regards to climate. Everything from how we deal with paved trails, how do we deal with open space, what should we be doing with open space in regards to, potential energy generation and stuff like that. So some of them were like, hey, can we hold out and wait and discuss? But the majority was like, there's a climate emergency. You guys have declared it for the county, and I've talked to Michael Port with our climate thing, and he was, if there's a way to be able to do this, and this property has great solar aspect, that they felt we should move forward on this sooner and later. So they're bringing it to you guys. They're recommending the additional $150,000 to do this, so the total's $250,000, so we can get going now. So that's the question to you.
Francie.
Thank you, guys. I like this project, and I just have a couple of questions. So will there be storage? Will you have battery storage there?
Yes.
And so it'll be commensurate with the amount of production? And
Correct.
okay, and then I thought that when we looked at these buildings and talked about it, I don't know if it was last year, a couple of years ago, whenever it was, I thought there was an elk migration corridor that came down through there, and but so that won't be impacted by this or the construction of this?
There is elk movement on the property in winter and spring, but it's not an actual mapped corridor.
And so will this construction affect that movement?
No.
It's actually better where we're placing it now, because originally we're designing it behind the houses, and that is more of the movement corridor. And Curtis was like, hey, if you put it here, it's actually completely outside of it, and it's in front of the houses, and so they're not going to move, where those front of the houses are.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I could picture that where they used to come down pretty well from those maps.
Yeah, it's in it used to be an area that we kind of use as Curtis's boneyard, park his horse trailers and what have you. So it's not like an important.
Not pristine.
No, not very good grazing in that little zone either. So they'll kind of stay out of there.
Okay.
It helps to
It's
have
a bit
a
of a
wildlife
hole.
guy on site.
Hmm?
It helps to have a wildlife guy on site to help you cite the, that was
Yes.
convenient.
Well, that's the thing is we vetted this with the person that you ask us to vet all our projects with, and
Right.
he lives right there, so
he
he
lives there.
knows
Yeah.
he knows that corridor better than anyone. So
I wanted to ask just about storage. Is that about 5 power walls or something like that?
Well, there's going to be 3 rows of solar panels, and each row will have a battery storage component that we'll take advantage of Holy Cross's 10-year lease and interest-free program.
Right.
But yes,
Yeah.
lithium
So
batteries.
that sounds, maybe the prices have come down, because it sounds about the same price as I did for a project half that size. So maybe it's just a matter of cost is coming down. You guys got a good deal.
We hope so.
well, yeah. wouldn't you?
Any other comments? I'd certainly appreciate you going. Now, the one question I had beyond that was, is it expandable? Would you dare? Is it unnecessary? Is this optimized for 200%? I guess that's what Holy Cross allows.
That's all they're going to allow, and so
okay.
this is the maximum size we can do
Is that per house or per property?
per property.
Okay, so there you have it. Okay.
Yeah.
And are you expecting excess to go back into the grid on a pretty regular basis?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they pull when they need it, as far as I understand.
Well, the excess will go, whatever doesn't go in the batteries will go into the grid.
It will go into the
Yeah,
grid.
so all of it goes back into the grid, and then we get a credit
Right.
at the end of every year. We'll get a credit for the excess that we produce. There are properties that we have houses and other things that we just don't have. It's
can't
not
do it.
as good, or we have to also look at scenic wildlife and agriculture on our properties. So there's certain properties that might not be able to deal with this level of use. The beauty is that over time, since it's all electric on this property, all the HVAC systems as they get replaced, not for the new house. New house is totally heat pumped, totally
Yeah.
insulated to our newest energy code. But the older house is going to be upgraded over time. So we're actually going to produce a lot less electricity in the future. So more will go on the grid.
Right. Consume less in the future.
And
Consume
are they
less.
paying like 12 cents for what you give them as compared to less?
It's 12 cents.
Yes, today it is. Net metering will change things, and we'll see where that goes in the future.
Right.
But that's the beauty of the battery system, is being able to store a lot of that on our property.
Sounds
The
great.
29-year payback sounds kind of high to me. 10 years
It's-
seems like, how's
The
it?
reason why is because you're putting so much, like we're doing to 200% of the property, and you get wholesale prices. You're not like paying, the cost of your electricity. So the payback is large, but as we get more efficient with the property, the payback will probably go down.
Got it. Okay. Great. Thank you. Any other questions? I think we're good.
Okay, one more request from
Yeah,
Open Space.
Thank you. Yes, I'll stay up with Jesse.
Thanks.
Thanks for keeping me company.
Sure.
Jessie Young with Open Space and Trails. And the request today is for work tied to the Jerbaz bridge, which will be called the Dolores Stutzman Bridge once it's finished, but we've been calling it Jerbaz or Aspen Village Bridge, connecting the underpass from Highway 82 at Jerbaz Way with the Rio Grande Trail. And greatly improving a lot of people's connection to our regional trail system that live kind of isolated over in the Aspen Village area. And this trail is under construction currently. I'm a little bit late for my site visit out there to see the foundations being poured, or for the abutments. So that's happening right now, and the construction management is all being done by SGM, who were the project engineers, and they're managing the testing and everything. And when we budgeted this project back last year at this time, we didn't have all the bids and everything. So we went with the lowest bid that we received, but it was still kind of close to what we had originally budgeted. And so we were waiting until this quarter to kind of see where we were ending up and if we would be able to squeeze in with our construction management budget and the full construction and bridge. But we're a little bit short, so we're asking for an additional $55,000 to finish that construction management contract for the bridge.
Patty.
I want to thank you for getting this bridge done. I would like you to maybe check with the family on the name. I've had some family members want to add Jerbaz in there. I don't know what Shay and his sisters might think, but just to make sure we're getting that correct. As far as the Eagle Scout project, that's on hold, so we don't need to worry about that at this time, just to take that one off your plate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? It looks great, your progress. It's happening. They're
Thanks,
pouring.
Jesse.
They're pouring the concrete.
When's the ribbon cutting?
I don't know. I haven't scheduled the ribbon cutting, but hopefully the bridge will be dropping into place in early October, so sometime following that.
I hope
Congratulations, Jesse. Your mother received the Pickens County Cares Award.
I know, and I
this
gave it to
morning.
her.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's it?
That's
all we
it.
got?
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
All right.
I know we're an hour
We'll
behind.
be back for first reading tomorrow and then second reading of the budget resolution on the 25th.
Great. Thanks, Connie. Thank you for indulging us. We took an extra hour to do that, but some of that was technical. So the next item on our agenda is something that I have to recuse myself from. This is the fixed-based operator proposed lease. And so I think we're going to take a, 5-minute break?
We need a break.
I'm going to clear the room, and you guys are going to sort this out and then call me when you want me back. Is that right? Steve will be chairing.
I would note for the board that I think our Aspen prep can be delayed. I believe that meeting is going to be delayed, and we'll try and be real short on open discussion and future agendas so we can spend some time on this item.
Great. Excellent. And I will, and Kelly needs to leave at 5, so you guys need to get this done.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Board of County Commissioners work session. The next and our big item today is a discussion about the FBO fixed space operator lease agreement. So, John, are you going to take?
Yeah, I'll kick this off. Yeah, thanks, Steve. So we have been working on this for some time now, and we wanted to bring to the board a more detailed update on where our negotiations stand today. Our intent is to go over for you and the public the process that we've been through to date at a high level. We're going to spend a good chunk of our time really talking about the financial elements, the quantitative elements of the proposed lease that we've been negotiating. We'll touch a little bit on the what we call qualitative aspects of the lease, and those are the various aspects of the lease that manage the what-if scenarios or risk scenarios. We'll talk a little bit about the comparison of the proposed lease agreement to other FBO management models. We'll have a fairly detailed discussion regarding the bondability of the lease, because we know there's been a lot of public conversation, particularly about that. We did run this through our financial advisory board, and we do have a recommendation from them that we'll be going over. And then we'll have time, hopefully, at the end of this, I know we're running a little bit behind, for board questions and direction. There are a number of us here today to speak to these various issues and answer questions. Of course, we have our interim county attorney, Rye Neely, and he's been working with local attorneys, Herb Klein, who's online, as well as Anne Marie McPhee, and then a host of other advisors that I think Rye will get a chance to talk about later on. Dan Bartholomew, our airport director, Ann Driggers, our administration and what is your title again? Chief Financial. Thank you, Chief Financial Administrative Officer. I still can't remember that. We need to have a card for me.
I think you actually came up with that.
I know. That's the worst part. Our short timer, Rich Englehart, Deputy County Manager, Diane Jackson, our Deputy Airport Director, and we have Jason Apt from Recondo and Associates, who has done some of the financial analysis for us. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rich to go through some of the process timelines.
Yeah, it's always good to take a step backwards, and thank you, Board, for the time allowing us to present this. We're excited about it. Prior to the RFP process, you had asked us to go out and contract with Recondo to look at some different models. Based on those conversations, you had requested we go ahead and go for an RFP, a request for proposals for a fixed-base operator. So August 8th, we ended up getting that all pulled together and posted it. February 16th, the proposal deadlines were accepted. We had to extend it from January because of so many questions during that period of time. There were actually 2 extensions. There were 7 firms that proposed. You see those there. And they came to a selection committee in February, and the selection committee members are listed in your AIS, and those were the ones that took the first review of these. We shortlisted it to 3 in April to Atlantic, Signature, and Modern, and they all flew in, and we did all 3 of them in one day. They met us out at the AOC and presented their proposals to us. The selection committee then met and recommended moving forward with negotiating with Atlantic. Since that time, we've been in the process of negotiating, and knowing that we had a deadline that was coming up on the existing one-year lease, there was an extension that was brought forward to you in September to extend that 30-year lease for a year. And that extension took place September 30th. And so that kind of brought us up to where we are today. We're still under that extension.
It's taken us quite some time to negotiate this, but there's been numerous touch points with the board in different executive sessions just to talk about where things were at. So that kind of just takes it back from 2021. So this has been ongoing for quite some time. Yeah. And so our current status is that major terms of the lease have been agreed upon. So that's what we're going to go over and talk about today. As I mentioned, and I think Rye will talk about some more later on, is a number of the qualitative issues really around the what if and risk management. We're still working through specific language on, which is why we did not present the full lease for consideration today, but wanted to hold off to have a little bit more time for both parties to work through some really, I think I'd characterize as finalizing language in those areas. And then based on the discussion from the board today, we'll be seeking direction to bring a lease forward for public consideration at your September 25th meeting. And for some reason, this has stopped changing. Okay, so major terms in the proposed lease. First, the proposed lease with Atlantic does have a 30-year term. That includes capital commitments of $105 million minimum investment for East Side FBO redevelopment and West Side development. The lease includes terms for those developments that are consistent with the Common Ground recommendations and goals around climate, as well as future-proofing for airfield improvements for electrification and such, as well as customer experience and quality. There's also $10 million contribution to the county for airfield redevelopment. That would be any of the ramp, taxiway, runway, could be used as match for FAA grants or any gap there. And then there's $10 million, which would not come to the county, but it's investment in community priorities targeting particularly climate and greenhouse gas reduction. We will be presenting a plan where how Atlantic plans to use some of those monies and leverage some of those monies in the community. So those are kind of the one-time capital commitments and investments that the lease would obligate Atlantic to. In addition to that, there's rental fees and charges included in the lease, which are paid annually. That includes a minimum annual guarantee, which is a minimum annual guarantee of revenue, an annual ground rent, airport fees, including fuel flowage fees and rents from patio shelters and such that are collected on behalf of the county, as well as a supplemental operating fee. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those in some detail. So in terms of a minimum annual guarantee of revenue, there is a base minimum annual guarantee, which is initially set at $14 million. And then after 4 years and or after required improvements are done, that minimum annual guarantee goes up to $16 million. There is an adjustment to that minimum annual guarantee to keep it relevant, particularly for future bonding purposes and such. And so the base minimum annual guarantee will adjust by 1.5% a year. In addition to that, we have what's called an annual MAG adjustment that would be the greater of the 1.5% a year or 85% of the previous year's gross revenue receipts. And what that does is if Atlantic were to have an exceptional year where it's coming back down, the MAG would temporarily adjust to capture some of that good year on the downside, and then it adjusts back down to that whatever the 1.5 annual growth would provide for. There are circumstances under which the MAG would be suspended and or adjusted downward. And those events in the lease are limited to if the runway or airport is closed due to work, construction, repairs, or if there exists other factors that substantially and materially restrict the capacity of the airport for 30 consecutive days or more. In this case, we are agreeing to reduce the MAG proportionally to the impact of that closure. The MAG would be prorated for whatever length during the course of a year that the conditions exist that would lead to a either MAG waiver or adjustment of the minimum annual guarantee. It's important to note that those other factors could include FAA actions that would restrict capacity at the airport if that restriction is material. So we've had discussions at this table about the possibility of the FAA removing our modification of standard if we are not bringing our runway and taxiway separation, particularly into compliance with FAA design standards. That removal of modification of standards would have two potential impacts that we see. One would be that we would allow all Group 3 aircraft, regardless of wingspan, to operate at the airport, and we'd achieve an equivalent level of safety by sterilizing the airfield, not allowing other aircraft on the taxiways, which would significantly reduce the capacity at the airport, which would have a material impact. The other would be that the FAA holds us to Group 2 design standards, which our airfield currently meets the dimensions of. Again, that would materially impact the current market at our airport because of the number of Group 3 particular GA aircraft that operate there. The other MAG adjustment is if there is an additional fixed-based operator that begins doing business at the airport. Again, in this case, the tenant's MAG and base MAG would be adjusted in proportion to any decrease by the average change in the tenant's gross receipts. This is some of the language that we're still working through the particulars on, just mechanically how that would occur. So that's some of what we're looking to bring back. I want to pause there before I move away from MAG. Ryan, is there anything you wanted to add to that conversation?
I mean, I think the only thing I would add is that when we're talking about MAG waivers, the impact from a potential event still needs to be demonstrated. So, as John mentioned, a hypothetical restriction to Group 2 aircraft, there would still need to be a demonstration that had some level of impact to the business model that could be demonstrated. So it's just important to understand that.
So it's just not an automatic or a given.
Correct. Other than that, I think we can keep moving on for now.
All right. In terms of ground rent, so ground rent is set at $3 million in year one and would adjust by 4% or CPI for the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood area, whichever is greater. There's a supplemental operating fee that adjusts on the same terms as the ground rent. There is a fair market adjustment clause for both of these. So at year 10 and then every 5 years thereafter, we have the option to revisit this base lease amount and negotiate with Atlantic a new fair market, both lease and supplemental operating fee. If we are not able to reach an agreement, we have provisions within the lease for both parties to get appraisers and appraise the value of the lease on an income basis, and that's important for us to note versus a market basis. And the income basis really values the lease based on the income generated at the property or likely to be generated at the property. So taken together, and this is a little bit of an eye test. I apologize, probably should have made these bigger. The proposed lease in terms of these terms, the minimum annual guarantee years 1 through 4 would be between $14 million and $14,639,000. Years 5 through 30, it'd be $16 million up to $23 million. And then the ground rent, and this is assuming a 4% escalator, that the CPI isn't going above that 4%. Obviously, recently it has. But that would go from $5 million to $15,593,000 over the term of the lease. Yeah.
Is there any way that we could ask Elaine to print these slides for us while you're going through them?
Absolutely. Do you mind seeing if
It's
I'm
easier.
I
doing
can,
what?
like,
Oh,
if you just want
we
to
can
share.
print some.
Easier up there.
It would, even if it's just for me, I'm sorry, because we didn't have these in our packet, so it would be helpful for me to be able to like write my questions and take notes as you're
Okay.
talking about it.
For a printed version of the
Of the slides, so however you have to send them to her. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's a. So, the reason these are important when you look at the supplemental operating fee, ground rent, and minimum annual guarantee, there's little risk really there's little market risk in these revenues versus playing in just gross receipts, and we'll talk about why it was important to us to negotiate that. The original Atlantic proposal had the minimum annual guarantee starting at $18 million and going to $20 million and staying there through the term, and a lower ground rent. We moved more of the annual dollars into ground rent and the supplemental fee instead of MAG because it has a different escalator. In terms of share of gross revenues, the share of gross revenues in the proposed lease is 26%, with exception of patio shelters, which we get 85% for. That's compared to 32% and 85% in the original proposal. Where we end up is the total estimated payments to Pickens County over 30 years with the restructuring that we've done through negotiations is we end up with MAG, lease, and revenue share payments of $879,086,310 under the proposed lease. Using the same assumptions, that would have been $812,054,030 with the bid. The capital investments are the same. As negotiated, the 30-year total is just over $1 billion versus 937. The really big change, though, that we felt was important, particularly for bondability, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is the total amount of revenues that we anticipate getting that are in lease, use fee, and MAG, which again have much less market risk to them, is $842 million over the course of the proposed lease versus $690 million over the original Atlantic proposal, which means roughly 95, almost 96% of the revenues that we anticipate getting from Atlantic are in those less market risk, or we're less exposed to market risk versus just under 85% being the case when in the Atlantic proposal. Over the course of 30 years as negotiated, we're playing in receiving 39.4% of the gross revenues at Atlantic versus 37.2%. What that looks like graphically is the green line represents the lease agreement, the terms of the lease agreement that we've negotiated to date. So you can see we're looking at a longer term benefit from the negotiations versus the revenue estimate in the Atlantic bid. By the way, I put in this little red line. This is where our FBO revenues sit today, just as a comparison. This does not include the landing fees, and Kelly, I put this line in for you, in particular.
We've been getting hosed.
Oh, I think we should just stay where we are. It's like, you know, that's plenty.
And so this is a significant change in structure and benefit to the county. Likewise, this is important. This shows the revenues that are in those more market, insulated from market risk. So the amount of revenues that are derived from the minimum annual guarantee, ground lease, and use fee between the two. And so this gap really is where we're avoiding market risk, and Atlantic has taken more of that on in this lease agreement. Does that make sense?
I'm looking at legal counsel to see if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense to me. I mean,
hoping you'd say that.
conceptually, the idea of shifting the amount of MAG to a lower amount initially and adjusting and raising the combination of the ground rent and a supplemental fee has resulted in a more robust guaranteed payment to the county over time, which is important given what the board potentially intends to do out at the airport and the ability to utilize the lease to secure indebtedness out there, particularly in the area of bonding. Increasing the ground rent and adjusting that to a more market-based reality over time, and trying to pair that with the market-based reality was something. It was a concept that John Ely initially introduced, and something that we picked up on and have carried forward into the current status of the lease negotiation today. It really does shift the overall lease profile to something that is a better outcome for the county, in my opinion. All the what if scenarios we can talk about later to some extent. We're still working on that stuff with Atlantic. But this fundamental change, attributing more of the lease value to ground rent, is really a big win for the county. Even though it looks like a reduction in MAG at the outset, over time, as these slides demonstrate, there's a very real financial benefit to the county and a really very real guaranteed financial benefit to the county.
Can I ask another? And just another quick, and Anna, you gonna do bonds? Just when we do the bonding, and you may include this in your presentation, but what we might want to bond for that would not be covered, say, for FAA grants if we became eligible for those again in the future. So what we would have to pay out of our own pocket for in the future, why we might need to bond. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and we've appreciated in the negotiations the sensitivity Atlantic has had to bondability, and that's been a lot of the conversation that we've had. Some other financial terms that you'll see in the lease: security deposit equal to 3 months of the minimum annual guarantee. That'd be in the form of a letter of credit that starts off at $3.5 million, but would escalate. Construction bond for any of the projects valued over $500,000, which appears like a closet, would require a tenant to provide a construction bond in amount and form acceptable to the county. That would largely fall into the county attorney's review. And then we did get agreement on an assignment fee. So if the lease were to be transferred or assigned to from Atlantic to another provider, that we would get 2.5% of any fee paid to the tenant in consideration of that transfer. And we also have the ability to review the vendor that's being transferred to ensure that they have the capability to provide the service, but also to meet any bond and financing requirements that we might have.
Sorry, can you just explain that again? Because the use of both tenant and operator are confusing me a little bit.
Tenant should have been used the same way. So the tenant is going to be the operator who's entered into a lease for the benefit of being able to use the airport property to provide the service.
Thank you.
What's keeping Ryan and Herb busy these days, as well as Ryan, maybe you can talk a little bit about the process we're going through to review, is we have a number of sections of the lease that are really meant to anticipate when things don't go as expected, and how we're sharing risk and how we're protecting our interests. And Ryan, may just turn it over to you a little bit here.
Sure, and this, I guess, goes to a little bit about where we are in the process and forecasting where we're going and timing of getting this lease approved. Our existing lease with Atlantic, the existing extension, runs through the end of this month. The board is aware that in order to approve this lease, we need to do that through an action of the BoCC in the form of an ordinance, which requires 2 readings. Given where we are in the month, we're not going to accomplish getting 2 reading ordinance done before the lease term expires. So we are looking at doing an extension of the existing lease extension. That's a little strange, but we're extending the lease again. And we're working with Atlantic to do that. Some of these items that we're talking about right here are, as John alluded to, some of the what-if scenarios that come about with really any lease, and trying to anticipate and address those types of hypotheticals are why we have hired some of the best legal counsel we can to help us look at that. That includes Herb Klein and Anne Marie McPhee, as well as we have Kutek Rock looking at this from down in Denver, and Cozen out of Washington, D.C., evaluating the lease for some of the more regulatory FAA type of aspects. All that is taking place, has been taking place for some time, and is continuing as we speak. A lot of the types of things in here, like default on the obligations, primarily you think of that most notably in the inability to meet the financial obligations of the lease. So if they can't pay, whether that's MAG or some other provision. Things like assignment become very important in the realm of our bonding. Whomever, in the event of an assignment, whomever were potentially the hypothetical transferee or assignee, whomever, the operator in the last slide, whoever that new operator assignee would be, would need to be qualified and able to satisfy the financial obligations that we agree to today. So all that stuff goes into the more qualitative review of the lease that is going on right now. And we can talk about some of that in detail, more detail if you want. Some of that we are still working through with Atlantic today as we're going through this. And it's one of the reasons we're not ready to go to first reading tomorrow. And that's okay, because we're talking about a 30-year lease, and we want to make sure that we are very confident and the terms that we work out today work in the future for both the county as well as for Atlantic. We want both sides to be successful with this lease going forward. So in the event that there is something like a hypothetical assignment or something, that we're able to do that in a way that works for Atlantic as well as for the county. So, like I said, I am happy to talk about some of these more specific items. And I know that Patty has a question, so maybe we should jump to that, but.
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, apparently it appears that we will extend the current extension. I just was wondering, do we have an idea on time frame, a month, 2 months? And will it be under the same terms?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the process for us to do that? Do we have to come back to us for 2 reads, or can it just roll over for a month? I don't know.
Sure.
And if I may jump in, I had a similar question.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a lot of our progress on the lease negotiations happened because we were running against the, up to the end of the lease, and there was kind of a time constraint trying to get the negotiations completed.
Sure.
So would the terms of the lease extension be for another whole year or a month-to-month kind of thing? I mean, I would like to have all the negotiations proceed at the pace they have been and get them completed and get the 30-year lease done and signed sooner than later.
Sure. Well, this is what happens when you've been thinking about something so much that you assume that everybody else is thinking the same way you are. So, to your specific point, conceptually, I believe this would be a shorter lease extension. I think 60 days makes sense, so 2 months essentially. I don't think we need 60 days for sure, but I'd rather do a lease extension, which we would need to do on the 25th. It's an emergency ordinance of the BoCC to extend the lease on the same terms as it exists today, other than a 60-day extension, and bring that to you all with a confirmatory reading in October. Hopefully, that confirmatory reading would be on the same date as second reading, or right in advance of second reading of the 30-year lease. Yes, a lot of progress has been made in the last 90 to 120 days. There's a lot of reasons for that, and I think it's somewhat typical that as you reach the end of a lease term, you start working harder to get where you need to be when you're working against the deadline that happens. But I know all the people sitting in this room, including some of the Atlantic folks, have been working really hard and in good faith to get this done as quickly as possible. I don't think a 60-day extension is going to set us back or cause anybody to lose the progress or the impetus to make progress that we have established to date. So
Same terms?
the
Thank you.
a lease extension would be on the same terms, although we haven't, we don't have that in writing. I plan on circulating an extension before the end of the week here.
That's the kind of the plan.
But we have discussed the concept with Atlantic. It should come as no surprise to them then that we need a little bit more time to get this done. I'll just stop talking for a second. What else do we have?
Kelly?
Yes. On this slide, would you mind please describing, bigger picture?
This
overview?
side up on
Yeah,
the board
and
right
I'll
here?
pull out a couple of the bullets specifically that I just would like a little more information about.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to understand what the scope of construction of alterations and improvements is related to here, as well as obligations of the tenant and the county, and then the title to the improvements.
Sure. Some of this I'd look to some of the airport folks on, but so construction of alterations and improvements. One of the first slides that you saw presented was a minimum capital contribution slide. I believe that number was $105 million. And the lease sets out certain capital improvements that Atlantic may and or is required to engage in. And there's a lot of that stuff. Things like FBO terminals and hangars and tie-down shelters. The construction and or alteration of those types of capital improvements is subject to triggering events and or phasing as to when those things are going to get done. The most easy example is if there's going to be a relocation or shift of the runway to the west, some things happen after that hypothetical occurrence or that somewhat hypothetical occurrence. And triggers to do certain things and timing on that, particularly construction of infrastructure on the west side of that hypothetical runway shift, don't happen until or if that takes place.
So can you explain how much of the construction on the FBO side is related to things that we want them to do versus things that they want to do?
I'm sure we can all do that together, and I don't know, it may be easiest if we have a depiction.
And if there's another time to
the-
do that, that's fine, but I just think it would be helpful for the community to understand,
Yeah, no,
we have
I-
expectations that the public patio shelters are gonna get redone versus we don't really care about the quality of their lobby.
Sure.
So-
Things like that.
What I'd suggest, because I was anticipating this question might come up and we can talk to it, but I think what we're trying to do today is talk about the financial
Okay.
terms, and then when we bring it back for first reading, we can, I think, go through, because really the financial terms are kind of the critical milestone, I think, for y'all to say, do we pursue this or something else? And then if the answer is yes, then we have a whole exhibit to the lease that's not even part of the, it's a exhibit to the lease that defines that, Exhibit B, I believe it is, right?
Yep.
And Kelly, if you would be okay giving direction based on the financial side, we'll bring back Exhibit B. What staff has been working on is making sure that that Exhibit B is consistent with the Common Ground recommendation. So I think we're confident in saying, yes, I think there's agreement that we're getting what we believe the community wants as a result of the public process that we went through, but we may not be ready to put it up on the screen today.
Okay. And I recognize that, you know, the 90 minutes we gave to this is,
Yeah.
we could talk about it longer than that. Do you, did my other two things fall under that as well? Just a little, understanding a little better about obligations of tenant and county?
Well, I
and
mean,
title?
obligations of tenant and county is a very broad category. The whole 65-page
Right.
lease is a back and forth on obligations of each party, right? Title to improvements, I believe that bullet point is referring to what happens to some of this capital infrastructure when the lease term expires. That's similar to the bullet point maintenance and repair. And obligations for maintaining and repairing certain things out there, whether it be hangars or asphalt or the buildings themselves, but fall on different parties at different times, and there's assessment of those obligations ongoing through the lease term, with the idea being that, which is typical of a lot of ground type of rents, that at the end and expiration of the term, those improvements are ultimately turned over to the owner of the property, right, the county. So those capital contributions and the title to those buildings, although you wouldn't usually associate a title per se with a building, but conceptually the ownership of those buildings shifts to the county at the end of the lease term. We want those capital improvements to be in usable and non-dilapidated condition at the time they come back into our ownership or come into our ownership. Whether so that they can either be repurposed with another FBO provider or whatever is going to happen, it's hard to say, but clearly the idea is that they're in a usable condition when they come back to us. Some of the
I
other...
think that's sufficient for me
Sure.
for now. Thank you. I know we want to keep moving.
Okay, no, we can keep going.
Well, I mean, you're going to give me the lease at some point, and I'll read it.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
going to have
I'll
the
log
lease,
this
but
in.
I mean,
Yeah.
So,
yeah, some of these things are very general in that meaning that you would see them in very typically across the board in commercial type leases, and some of them are very specific to this particular piece of property. And that's why something like adjusting the ground rent over time through an appraisal process is something that we've spent a lot of time going back and forth with Atlantic on, because it is so property specific. There is no other piece of real estate almost in the world comparable to the airport located in the market that we are located in. So valuing that piece of ground on day one is challenging enough. Trying to anticipate what that piece of ground is worth in year 25 is a real challenge. And that is something that when you're contemplating an agreement like this, takes a lot of time and effort to put into, so that we're not in a situation like that little red line on the bottom of that graph. And part of that is market anticipation, right? I think at the time we entered into the last FBO agreement 30 years ago or whatever, the type of effort that all these folks put in and the type of, and I don't want to, it's hard to predict or understand what people were thinking at the time, but there's understanding now that we're in a very quickly evolving and changing market. And we want to stay relevant over time. And our current situation highlights what happens if you don't consider those changes. So,
and just to summarize on that, so the $5 million in ground rent is what we're valuing it at this year.
correct.
The start of this lease, we're saying, in the best way we've been able to, $5 million is where we're valuing the Assunpink County ground rent component.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, that's a measure of two things. Sorry, I give a lawyer a chance to talk and I just keep it's a measure of the ground rent in consideration of revenue that's also expressed through the MAG and the percentage of gross receipts. And that, again, when we're talking about a really unique piece of real estate like this, it's not as easy to go out and seek comparable real estate to compare it to when you're setting something like a ground rent. That's why you also have to, and it's very important to consider income that flows from that piece of ground when valuing the overall product that you're trying to assign and work out between the parties. So that's why it's very important over time to consider income as well as going out and trying to say, well, the FBO located outside of Hoboken, New Jersey is worth X amount, so Aspen should be worth
Well,
this
and I
much,
like
you
that
know?
because we already have a framework for when commercial properties are appraised here, for at least our property tax value, that they're using an income.
Sure.
approach to do
Income-based approach is how the assessor's office here looks at commercial property when they're doing that, so.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to hold us up a ton, but thanks so much.
So we're going to spend more time on the qualitative aspects of the lease, and thanks, Ray. Another issue that I know the board has received some feedback on and was concerned how the lease was dealing is how our based aircraft are treated in the lease. And Dan, you want to?
Sure. So this is, this is an important subcomponent to this lease. We've met with our local pilot contingency here and took their feedback. In addition to meeting with them and getting some prioritized feedback on what they'd like to see in a new lease, this is a chance to hit the reset button for them a little bit. So we wanted to make sure we included some things in this lease that were important to them, but were also realistic. And we asked them to prioritize those a bit. One of the things we're able to do here is get them a discount on fuel. So any aircraft that has a lease with the county would be eligible for a discount up to 20% on fuel, both Jet A and Avgas. This would include aircraft that currently are ineligible for that under the current agreement, which would be aircraft on the wait list. So aircraft that cannot currently get a patio shelter or tie down at the airport that may be stored at another airport, but they're local-based aircraft necessarily. They would also be eligible for that discount if they come up here for one reason or another. Some of the more important elements to them were ensuring that when we sign the lease, that some of the existing things that they had available to them were maintained, and then also recouping some additional areas for them to park their aircraft. So we made sure that we're able to recoup or gain some additional square footage, if you will, for additional based aircraft or aircraft under a county lease to tie down. So this is some area that currently Atlantic is using for tie downs for transient and some local aircraft. Those will be reverted over to a county lease, and we will control those leases for those aircraft. In addition, we'll retain the existing patio shelters. Now, this is a kind of parlays into what Rye was talking about with some of the capital improvements in this. In this lease, there will be a west side development, and again, this assumes that this would happen in concert with the runway shift. A west side development, and this is something that Atlantic has so far agreed to fund completely and also construct and then turn over to the county. So we would own it at that point, and then we would manage that area and maintain that area primarily for based aircraft. And that would include an equal number or equal space of patio shelters. Right now we have an issue where every patio shelter is basically a different size. We would come up with some consistency so we could right size those patio shelters to the types of aircraft that are parking in there. It just makes managing that easier. We would also put in enough space for 38-ish tie downs hopefully to reduce the wait list of aircraft that we currently have flying in and out of here that have to be based at another regional airport at that time. We'd also are looking at getting a 1,500 square foot local flight, it's a flight planning building and flight school building. Okay, this would also be built to the same standards as some of the other buildings where I was talking about. It would be a net zero. It would include charging stations for vehicle parking in the parking lot, so things such as that. A photovoltaic system, either on the patio shelters or on that building, size to accommodate all the power needs for that side of the airport with this facility. In addition, there's a self-fueling option that can give pilots or aircraft an additional discount on their fuel. If they're willing to put some sweat equity, fuel their own planes, they could receive an additional discount on fuel versus a full service option. And in addition, there's also a clause in there for when eVTOL or electric vertical takeoff or landing aircraft become viable in this market, that they would install the infrastructure at their cost for supporting those types of aircraft. So there's a number of things that we were able to adjust per local pilot aircraft owner feedback, but then also some things to match the common ground recommendations for what they'd like to see happen on the airfield. So this is a big component.
So how I'm interpreting this is, because I know this has been a big issue for our least local pilots, and those on the list, is that we are working really hard to preserve what they have now and actually adding more benefits to what they'll have in the future.
So actually, yes, preserve what they have now. In the near term, add some more benefits, and then in the long term,
Right, it's not gonna be tomorrow, it'll take some time.
once that west side is developed, significantly more benefits.
But that's in the plan, and I wanna make sure that those pilots that have expressed significant concerns hopefully feel more comfortable now with where we're headed, because I think that is a key issue for the
I
local
agree.
community.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just
Kelly?
an aside, I'm from New Jersey where they don't let you fuel your car. So I'm not sure, I'm a little, I guess it's just made my eyebrows raise a little that we would let pilots fuel their own planes.
You know, honestly, it's fairly common.
I was gonna say, it's a common
It
practice.
is, fairly common.
We even
Like
let
Tahoe
them
used
fly
to do
their
it.
planes,
Yeah.
which is scary
I had dinner with one of them.
Okay, and then the 38 tie downs, that's an expansion of the number that was in the common ground recommendations, right?
Well, I can probably let John describe this a little better than I can probably, but there is a spacing aspect to the west side, so it's not necessarily an expansion. I think you can probably explain it a little better than I can. I'm so buried in this.
Do you mean the parking standard or?
No, the 38 tie downs that we're giving to the west side.
Rich?
I just got
Well,
lost.
I'm more focused on accommodating the
Yeah.
wait list. So
Yes.
if we're able to accommodate a wait list, then we're adding numbers.
Right, I think
Yeah.
the way that we tried to explain it is that the square footage stays the same, but we are adding additional tie downs because the FAA required us to address those on the wait list.
And
So,
yeah.
it's
What was the mechanism they required us to do that?
fair and equal accessibility.
Well, but like, how did that come to us as, like, what?
Just
Through the
conversation.
ALP review.
Yep.
Right now.
This also has the added benefit of right now we'll have pilots that are local based, but they keep their aircraft at Eagle Vale or Rifle, but they fly them in, grab their passengers, fly them back out. So it's almost a drop and go mediation for those local based aircraft.
And this came up during, maybe this is what you're trying to prompt me on, Dan, is during the vision committee process and in the recommendations. There was an assessment that we should, a recommendation that we should, keep roughly the same capacity at the airport with the ability to expand based on analysis, not unlike what Dan just suggested, that it may be that having fewer parking spaces is actually driving more operations at the airport because of drop and goes and that sort of thing, but they wanted that expansion to happen incrementally. In this case, we're really having the roughly the same square footage, but there'd be more, so same square footage for parking, Kelly, but more tie downs for our locally based pilots.
So, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I was trying to imagine the benefits to Atlantic Aviation for moving these formerly known as locally based aircraft, but it's the aircraft with the leases for year-round parking at the airport. So they would be paying for the moving that over to the west side, but then they would be gaining a whole bunch of real estate on the east side, which would make it easier to park all of the visitor aircraft that come in.
Correct.
And is that the benefit they get? That, I mean, that's what I see. They'd have perhaps be able to park more or have it easier to maneuver them around and get them serviced and onto the taxiway and that sort of benefit.
Exactly. There's a number of benefits to it. One, they can concentrate more on their core business, which would be the, like you said, the non-local aircraft that come in and out of there. It also sort of removes sort of disparate types of aircraft. You get the single engine Cessnas, the smaller aircraft that are trying to be intermingled with the other aircraft. So from an Atlantic standpoint, but also an air traffic control standpoint, by separating those operations a little bit, it's a benefit all around operationally. Nice tie ride, by the way. So, you know, it is an overall, it is a benefit operationally, but it also a benefit to remove the management of those leases from Atlantic Aviation and put them on the county, and then just moves those operations separately. So.
The other thing that happens in there too is because part of this is also what you've heard is ALCAO parking, is that separation of the aircraft for safety. They're going to need that space because of that separation as well. So that eats into that. So it isn't like they got this whole new spot where they can Tetris in all their planes and bring more in. It just allows that space to be used properly.
Which actually, I mean, I understand that. It also makes it easier for them to park them, get them out of parking without having to move 5 airplanes to get an airplane out or something like that.
Exactly.
And one other related question would have to do with the West Side Taxiway, which would be an integral part of putting the planes over there. Would that West Side Taxiway be built at the same time that the runway would be relocated and widened? Or would that be an entirely separate project and later than the runway project?
You know, it technically could happen either way, but ideally, since we'd be shut down anyway, and we'd already have construction mobilized, it'd be ideal to tackle those at the same time. So the shift of the runway, the west side development, and that taxiway would be incumbent of having that west side development. It would not be that full length. It'd be just a short partial, but yes.
By the ALP that we submitted to the FAA.
Exactly, and it would actually behoove probably Atlantic to do as much work as they could on certain projects through phasing while that runway shift took place, because we're shut down anyway.
Yeah, it totally makes sense to do it. Mobilize as much as we can right at that time.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so kind of moving on into some other items. We had been asked throughout this to look at how a potential lease would compare to other FBO operating models, of which there are 3. There's the FBO lease, which is what we have traditionally done here in Pickens County, a management contract where you bring an established operator in and pay them to manage the FBO, but the county plays in all the market benefit and risk, and then a county-operated fixed-based operator. And I'm hoping Jason is still with us. Jason, your slides are finally coming up. But I wanted to start off with, we did have Recondo do some analysis for us. We did look at 2 other airports that currently do operate their own FBOs. To kind of look at how did they stack up net revenue wise after They had taken the market risk and looked at the operations and such. And so those two airports are Jackson Hole and Naples. Jackson is a commercial and GA airport. I believe they're a Group 4 airport,
Correct.
though. Naples is a GA only airport and is a group, not really a, yeah, I can't remember. At any rate, is limited to 100-foot wingspan.
A Group 4.
Jackson's a Group 4, yeah. And so I'm not going to go through all these. You can look at this just so you can kind of see how they stack up in terms of fuel sales and such. And this will be important as we get to Jason's slides. You may recognize this from when we were talking about the airport layout plan and financing. It's been updated to look at our extension versus the first year of our proposed lease. And you can see for 2023, 24, and these are based on budget numbers for Jackson. We don't have actual numbers. They may have performed better than this or not. So this is from their publicly available information on budget. They did pull in over 67 million in revenues compared to just over 18 million for us in this lease year extension. Anticipated just over 23 million in the first year of the lease as negotiated. But there were a lot of expenditures on the other side of that. And so the net revenues for Jackson and their budget, they're anticipating 5.7 million, whereas ours stays the same at the 18.2 or 23 million. Recondo, did further analysis on this. Jason, are you still with us?
I saw him on there.
I'm here, yes.
Okay, let's see. We're just gotta turn you up in the room, or
Can
if
you
you
go
can get
back a slide? Because I
closer.
just real quick. Okay, thank you.
So, Jason, I wonder if you might be able to walk us through a little bit more of this comparison and what you're seeing.
Sure. It looks like I'm getting a little bit of feedback from the room, but I'll do the best I can here. So what we're looking at here for 2022 and 2023, these are actual amounts. And so for Aspen, this is, again, your actual FBO net revenue. And for Jackson Hole at the time of 2022, was still under kind of the more traditional FBO lease type before they transitioned to their own FBO operation in 2023. And so, Naples is their own operation as well throughout this time. So as we transition into 2024, it's more of a budget just for comparison sake. And so you can see, I think we just saw a little bit of what Jackson Hole's numbers were, and so for Jackson Hole and Naples, you can see the kind of the relative net revenue, FBO related net revenue budget amounts compared to for 2024 what Aspen would get or is getting on that extension with Atlantic. The hatched area on the top there is the landing fees, which are kind of in addition. There's a little bit of disparity as far as when you compare airports as to what kinds of revenues are in or out. And so that's just an added amount there, just so you can see kind of in relative terms, I think we saw the Atlantic extension is just around 14 million, and then you can add to that the landing fees, which the county would get as well. In the 2025, this is where, again, I know there's some timing disparity with all this, but just for the sake of looking at an annual basis, if you consider the negotiated draft agreement as it stands right now. We've been through all those numbers. Again, you can see what that is looking like compared to the peer or comparison airports on a budget basis for 2025. So the actual numbers here are not so much important as just the kind of the order of magnitude, just to to really show you what this deal that you're looking at compared to two airports that are running the show themselves.
Then we asked Recondo then to project different scenarios of both management contract and if we did take over operating the FBO ourselves. Jason, would you be able to walk us through this chart also?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the board has seen some variation of this chart in the past. What we're looking at, if we just kind of start from maybe top to bottom, you'll see the Atlantic proposal compared to the negotiated draft agreement. And so those are numbers that we've been talking about here this afternoon. So you can see this is kind of the 10-year look, and then the total projected numbers over the 30-year life of the lease. And so we've already talked about those numbers here today. So below that, if you look at, I'll point you to the gold line, which is a county operated scenario, and that's the baseline scenario. So basically what that includes is the county basically running the FBO, right? They're getting the fuel and they're dispensing the fuel and collecting the fuel revenues. Of course, they're also incurring all the cost of the fuel and employees and just everything, insurance, everything that goes into owning and managing and running the FBO operation. So we looked at those numbers, and I know there's been several iterations of this analysis over some years. And so we took that baseline and basically looked at some scenarios where you might realize an increase in revenue of, in this case, 15%, or an increase in expenses of 15%. And then something kind of there in the middle. Also included in here is the management contract. One thing I do want to mention, as you can see kind of highlighted there, is the capital element. So one thing that really we had just done here was kind of modify this analysis to include the kind of the capital requirements, I guess, if you were to compare it to what Atlantic is offering as far as the capital contribution. So just for an apples to apples comparison, if the county were to operate the FBO and undertake a similar size and scope of projects and costs, from a financing standpoint, what you're seeing here is kind of bumps along the road of when the county, when debt service would come online, that the county would pay. And so we kind of divided the capital contributions up into a few different phases. The initial one, the 8.4 million, is a startup costs and acquiring equipment, basically all the ground service equipment and other equipment the county would need to kind of get the operation off the ground. And then 3 phases of capital contributions, and in this case, the county incurring the debt to finance those capital contributions that would otherwise, in this case, with the Atlantic draft negotiated lease, be covered by Atlantic. So as those capital contributions come online, as the debt service comes online, you can see the real kind of divergence in operating position between what the county would be getting from Atlantic in this case, or what the county would be incurring if it were to run the operation itself. I think there's a note down there about runway closure impacts, or really any impact to the airfield or to the airport. I think there's already been discussion about what that would mean potentially to the MAG. We didn't do all those kind of what if calculations, but I think the kind of the overall message there is it would have some sort of proportional impact regardless of whether it's Atlantic with the MAG or, of course, your oceanal MAG. Whereas if the county is operating, if nobody's flying in and out, then that's no fuel and no other revenue. So there's some exposure there. So.
Okay, Jason, we have a question here. Kelly?
Thank you.
Yep.
Where does the $125 million capital investment number come from?
So it was apples to apples with the Atlantic one-time contributions. So the 10 million towards the airfield. Yep.
Thank you. The 105 million capital commitment.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Got it.
And the phasing was a little bit, because we don't know it yet, but we know it'd be spread out and probably backloaded to some degree. So we chose that. I think what's really important about this analysis is the debt load here is just for the FBO. What's left over after that is what's available for our next conversation, which is what are the revenue streams that are bondable? And Patty, this is to your question, for the terminal, for transportation, and for any gaps in airfield funding.
So I would anticipate a question from the public that would say, you don't need to do 100, if we had it, you don't need to do 125 million, maybe you only do 30 million. So can we take just one of these lines, maybe the pink line, and describe how that, how does that change the shape of that line?
So the short answer is yes, we can't do it right now,
No,
but we
sure.
can do
I
it in the
just mean,
future.
Do we just?
I think the other thing that you need to account for, though, is at that level of investment, we are probably not meeting the community goals around net zero facilities and some of those things that we put out there.
Is it fair to say, the pink line maybe goes up, but it doesn't reach the levels of the black and gray lines?
Yeah, the pink line right now is assuming a 15% increase in revenues per year, which is much more aggressive. So if you had the same assumptions, right, and the Atlantic lines, they're going to go up. The proportionality will stay the same, but let's just say that's, I think if you reduce the debt load, that pink line is definitely going to move up. But it's because it would only cross the Atlantic lines if you're assuming that the revenue growth is going to be much greater under the county operating it, or the market growth is much greater under county operation than Atlantic's operation. And that's not something that we'd probably say is reasonable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Kelly, too, in the
I'll
long
just
run.
reiterate quickly that the baseline financial projection is the gold line, and the pink line is the 15% increase in revenue, which, while not impossible to attain, there's just a lot of things that would have to happen. And I know we've had prior discussions with the board about some of the kind of qualitative pros and cons about different management structures and some of the things that would maybe cause revenues to go up or down within the county operated model. So again, while not impossible, the goal is the baseline.
Okay, Patty has a question.
Rich, did you want to add?
Oh, and I was just going to mention, I think it's safe to say those buildings are 30 years old now.
Yeah.
That pink line is going to drop at some point because they'll have to be replaced. I mean, we can't just keep going on without them. So at some point, it will drop. Yeah.
I just think it makes sense to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Like the optimism
that.
in the community
We've heard
about
that.
what the revenue generation at the FBO and like what our control is over that. So thank you.
Yeah, and Rich, that was a good segue to me too, is that So things that we might, and in speaking what John said about the positive things that came out of the community visioning process, all the environmental impacts, the multimodal transportation that would have to be funded out of our own pocket. But also, if we were to take it over, would we have the funds then to do the west side development for the leaseholder tie downs, etc.? That would be another hit to the community that we're right now benefiting from by having Atlantic take over a lease would be. But I know the community is thinking that the county, if we took it over and either ran it ourselves or leased it out under contract, which we're kind of doing, but yeah, but different in the eyes of the many people in the community. Is that really the benefit to the community and the county not stepping in is all of the positives that we'll be able to attain for the community as a whole, not just for any specific part of the users at the airport.
I think it's important, to realize, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in another slide, but there are advantages that Atlantic has in being able to put this type of offer on the table. One is economies of scale. They operate a number of these operations, and they get to spread their overhead costs over a number of operations and lines of business. The other is they get to purchase at scale. You'd notice in the comparison that neither Naples nor Jackson has sustainable aviation fuel. And part of it is there is a real supply crunch for that. So being able to buy at scale is really important for that right now. I think that's going to correct
Or even
over
equipment
time.
replacements, et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera.
Equipment replacements,
Huge
being
cost.
able to order. So there's a cost basis that gets lowered. There's also value and expertise, right? They have been running these operations for a long time, and so there's a value there. But I think we're also realizing a value that is unique. As Rai said, this is a really unique property. And so I think Atlantic in these negotiations has recognized Aspen's value isn't necessarily in the profit and loss just at this FBO. It's having Aspen as part of a larger portfolio that makes Atlantic more competitive at other airports. Customers who may want to fly in here may have multiple choices of FBOs at other airports, may choose Atlantic because Atlantic's the only one that has this airport. And so the deal that's on the table right now isn't a real, I think, revenue earner necessarily for Atlantic on the site. I think it has more to do with the value in the network, and that's where the money is.
We can relate to that on many factors in this community.
And there's examples of that with other businesses, certainly in our community. So when we operate it ourselves, we don't enjoy those advantages.
John, just doing a time check.
Yeah.
We got 25 minutes basically if we clear out 10 minutes before 5 so P&Z can be getting in and getting set up.
So we're in Bells.
We moved. You've moved? Okay.
But I know we're going to try and move through. I know we want to talk about debt financing. We only have 3 hours of presentation left, Steve. So just real quick, I think there are some other benefits, or there's been some misinformation out there about other benefits of us running the FBO that are just important to be clear on. I think outside of the financial, there's been assertions that we could ban or control what aircraft operate at the airport if we controlled the FBO. That is not true. That is controlled by the FAA and our grant assurances to the FAA. That we could reduce private aircraft traffic into the airport and or prioritize commercial aircraft into the airport. Again, neither of those are true. Those are controlled by both air traffic control and, again, how the FAA manages the airspace and our grant assurances. That we could require specific pilot training. That is not true. We can ensure that it's
Keyword
offered.
require, we could incentivize.
You can offer, you can, do those sort, absolutely, Patty. And some of that's happening at our airport even now, but you can't require it as a condition. That we could take money produced on the airport and invest it out in the community somewhere, pay for affordable housing, pay for the, again, we have grant assurances, and it's actually one of the legislative issues that this board has agreed to lobby on, and that, Patty, you went to Florida in July when it's like hotter than a place lower than us, but to look at, no, we want to be able to bring airport revenue off airport for specific purposes. And that we could, if we just stop taking FAA revenues, which I think as we get into the bonding and you compare it to the numbers we just saw, is not realistic, that we could no longer be beholden to FAA grant assurances. That is not true, particularly because we acquired property with FAA grants in the past. Those grant assurances run in perpetuity with the property until the FAA gives us permission to dispose of that property for another purpose. That does happen, but not at airports as busy as ours. I'm going to skip over these advantages and disadvantages. I think we've covered them in different ways. We can come back to those. I want to get back to the bondability of the lease revenues, because I think this is really important as another narrative that's out there in the community. And I'm going to ask you, and I'll drive for you, so you tell me when you want me to switch.
Fantastic. I'll go as quick as I can because I'm actually making a presentation to P&Z as well. So, I just wanted to go over quickly some high-level aspects of issuing debt. Because I think it's important to provide context to this conversation, and then dig into some details of debt capacity analysis we've had done on the airport fund, and then go over the Financial Advisory Board recommendations they had after reviewing all of this information that you've had before you today. So Picken County, as all good governments should do, has a debt policy, and we like to follow these principles and best practices because they're really important. First and foremost, we obtain financing only when necessary. In other words, when we don't have adequate fund balances or other revenue sources, such as grants, available to us. Financing is expensive, and so it should be essentially the last resort in terms of funding projects. Equity is meaning those who benefit from debt should pay for it. So by that we mean that those that use the airport are essentially paying for it by the fees and revenues that we collect from the airport. Efficiency, so the relative cost of obtaining funds, including the cost of financing, is better than any competing alternatives. Meaning that debt is the lowest cost alternative, which is not necessarily the case with the airport. It's important for us to preserve future financing capacity, generally overall, to make sure that we anticipate having capacity for future needs, such as the jail is one that we've identified that potentially is on the radar. And then maintaining our credit rating. Obviously, large amounts of debt reduce our credit rating. We enjoy a strong credit rating right now. We're probably one of the best at AA, but it's important to maintain that. So, next slide. So, there's been quite some discussion about the kinds of debt that we can issue to support the airport improvements. So I wanted to go over how we actually run the airport fund, and this is typical of all airports in Colorado and in the country if they're part of a municipality or a county. So the airport fund is run as an enterprise fund, meaning it's run as a business. And so we report all of the activities of the airport within just its own set of accounts. So all the fees and all the revenues are collected, and the expenditures are only from those fees and revenues. So there are no taxes, nothing gets transferred in or out other than grants from CDOT and the FAA. Revenue bonds are therefore the only debt instrument that you issue for an enterprise fund, because it's based upon the revenues. And I'll talk about the other kind of debt that we also have at the county, so you can put that into context in a sec. But next slide, John. Airport revenue bonds actually have their own state statute. So under state statute, the airport has the authority to issue debt in the form of revenue bonds and pledge payment of those bonds with revenues arising from the airport. The same state statute also says the general income of the county shall not be pledged for the payment of the principal of bonds and interest in an airport. So means that we can do nothing other than issue airport revenue bonds for the airport. So. And then other pertinent laws under state statute is talks about enterprise funds, basically saying they cannot levy taxes. They're not permitted to. They must be financially independent of the state or any other local government. They can receive up to 10% of annual revenues from state and local governments combined, meaning we could accept grants from CDOT up to 10%. Federal funds are not included. We can accept as many federal funds as we want for an enterprise fund. If we accept more than 10% of those disallowed funds, then we lose our enterprise fund status. We're subject to TABOR revenue and spending restrictions, which are restricted to growth in CPI. So the other type of debt we have at the county is general obligation bonds. You're kind of probably familiar with those, but they're basically supported by our property and or sales tax. An example is the Open Space and Trails Fund. Their property tax basically secured the recent bonds they issued. Another one is the RAFTA, the sales and transportation. That's supported by sales tax. There is a limit. The state has a limit based upon the assessed valuations of the county, and our legal debt limit is about $179 million right now. It's significantly higher than it was last year because of our assessed valuations have gone up, which is how it's calculated. We have $150 million left of our legal debt limits, meaning we cannot issue more debt more than $150 million of these general obligation bonds. And if the assessed valuation drops, the legal debt limit will drop. And as I think you all know, the legislature spends quite a bit of time figuring out how to reduce assessed valuations and have done that in the last month. And so it's a number that we can't rely on. So there needs to be plenty of wiggle room in there. And as I just mentioned, we need to preserve that debt for general government obligations that we have, such as jail, roads and bridges, and so on. So just in a nutshell, you can't use general obligation, you can't use general government debt to support airport revenue, airport bonds.
And to clarify, the $179 million legal debt limit, is that just for general obligation bonds, or does that include revenue bonds?
It does not include revenue bonds. It's just for general obligation bonds.
Okay.
There is no limit set by the state on airport revenue bonds. It's only in as much as we can afford. which I'll get into in a bit.
Okay, did you have a question?
Yeah, so what happens if you have 179 million in debt limit and the assessed value drops and you're at 178 million and it drops to 160? You're still okay because you went into debt when the assessed value was up here.
I would say if we're following our debt policy and our debt principles, we would not ever be in that situation.
But you could be, but we're keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if our assessed valuation goes down, then we could be in that situation where we'd no longer have the
we'd
same
be
debt
in
capacity.
yeah. And the other thing is I want to just hear too what thought we might have as to how we might use bonding for what kind of projects that we might not get FAA funding for in the future when we are able to get FAA funding again, hopefully in the future.
So at a really high level, Patty,
That's all I want.
Yeah, the answer to that question is the FAA will generally cover about 90% of the airfield
Right, but
expenses.
they wouldn't cover a multimodal transportation system.
Right, I'm going to get to that in just a sec. So you've got 90% in the airfield, then you've got CDOT that will come in at
Their
some
aviation
percentage.
funding.
So we're gonna play probably between 5 and 8% of the airfield expenses, which is why that $10 million contribution to the airfield from Atlantic is important. We can use that to cover those matching dollars. So that provides a cushion and a benefit for us. Then when you get to the land side, which is going to be like the passenger terminal, which is a high priority for this community, the parking infrastructure, and more importantly, the mass transit connectivity into town, that generally is not covered by FAA grants. Now, there are infrastructure grants that are out there right now that have specific dollars earmarked for terminals. We've got one more year to access those funds. One more year. And I know we're working on it, but right now, as things stand, we've got one more year to access those funds. And in order to access those funds, we have to have an approved ALP, and the FAA has indicated that they need to see progress towards us meeting their standards, eliminating our modification of standards. And so whatever balance is left from the grants that we do or don't get is the responsibility of the counties to finance from the proceeds of fixed-based operators and other revenue sources at the airport. Does that, maybe not as brief as
No,
I
I just wanted the public to also hear that.
Steve, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I've heard the number 50% is what we could expect from the grants. Is that about right? I mean,
On the terminal?
yeah.
And
I think it could cover the gamut.
Okay.
It depends on how much money is available and the competition you have for those same dollars.
I think if we...
There's no limit on how much you
Yeah.
can receive.
No.
On the earmark side, and frankly, if we miss this bill funding, which is generational funding, I think we should expect that percentage is going to be much lower.
Right.
And we're going to need to support this capital investment primarily with our local funding.
Yeah. Okay.
I think in March, it might be a great time to have a conversation with our senators about extending that deadline, that date, after the election.
But I think it's important to understand the difference between revenue bonding and what our bonding capacity is there and debt coverage ratios versus GO bonding, because that's really key to understand some of this community conversation.
Yeah, and I'll get into that in a sec.
I just want a little clarification on the geo bonding, because I'm not, I guess, sorry, maybe you just said it and I missed it and I'm getting tired, but like where would we apply geo bonds on the airport? 'Cause what
We
I'm
can't.
hearing is
We can't.
do
Can we
that.
parking lot that?
Okay.
Because
Yes.
we can't, but
Yeah,
it's
so I just
important
don't
for the
wanna
community
confuse,
discussion,
like,
yeah.
Right.
You know, so we cannot use general obligation bonds on the airport. Airport meaning terminal, runway, FBO, okay, all that, right? But
Correct.
Where would general obligation bonds?
We don't. The reason we're talking about general obligation bonds is in the community, there's been an analysis based on us running the FBO ourselves, which relies on general obligation bonds. So we're about to tease that apart.
Okay,
So if
and I
you
just want to be fair
give
to
us a
it, like
second.
if it's like we can build raft stops with general obligation bonds, and like let's be clear
Yeah.
about
So
where that.
something like the mass transportation system, could some of that be paid by GO bonds? The part on the airport property would be paid by revenue bonds?
Potentially, yes. Now, the rub is as we're going to talk about, if you do that, then that bonding capacity is no longer available for other community priorities. So we need it for a bridge, we need it for a jail, we need it for our core functions. And so that, to the degree that the transportation infrastructure is required, because we have an airport that's bringing in hundreds of thousands of visitors over the course of the year, I think our debt principles would suggest that we should be using airport revenues to cover that cost versus the RAFTA stops, which would be generally used by our population.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, Ann, I'm going to try and transition it back to you.
Okay, cool. I keep getting texts from Leslie saying, when am I going upstairs?
Does she know she moved?
So we had Piper Sandler, who are municipal advisors, perform a debt capacity analysis on the airport fund, basically using the $18 million approximate of the MAG to issue revenue bonds from the airport fund. They spoke with their underwriting desk and talked about various scenarios and looked at various interest rates and so on. And it's in more detail in here, but I'm just going to give you the quick summary. But various interest rates, they talked about using from 7 to 8.5%, and debt coverage requirements from 1.5 times to 2 times coverage. We do fairly well because I think we have a good credit rating. We're established market. So they kind of went in the middle and used some assumptions around 7% for interest, debt coverage rate of 1.75, and they expect the debt capacity of the airport fund to be about $102.5 million. So, John, if we can move forward. I just wanted to show you this is the actual analysis that they did. I won't go into it in too much detail, but that basically just says the same thing I did. Here you can see on the left, the cluster is the kind of best case scenario. In the middle is what we're kind of talking about, and then the worst case scenario over on the right. So they're saying anything between 125 or 126 million to about 81 million is what we could raise in debt from the airport fund with our revenues. So.
I think it's important that this is based on $18 million of pledged revenues. We may be a little higher than that, but this is really ballpark.
Right. And then the other revenues at the airport go to cover most of the costs of the airport. So it's the MAG of the FBO that is what we can really pledge to cover our debt. A couple of things that I think it's important to mention when we get into comparison with other financial suggestions, I guess, is the debt coverage requirement, as I mentioned, is 1.75. And then we also included, and this is required, a debt service reserve and capitalized interest. These are required for revenue bonds. And these reduce the debt capacity, and I don't think these were included in Aspen Flywright's calculations. Go The interest rate Piper Sandler used was 7%, which they felt was fairly reasonable. They just did a financing for Kona, Hawaii, for 8%. These interest rates seem high compared to what we're used to. They are actually tax exempt, but they are high because they're revenue bonds, so they're considered to be more risky. They don't have that general government backing of a broad base of property or sales tax that's relatively stable. That revenue pledged is considered to be narrow. The debt or the interest earned on the bonds by the bondholders is subject to AMT, and so that increases the cost because they have to pay AMT, and that's just something unique to these kind of business type activities that you get with bonds. And the bonds actually wouldn't be rated, as they would not get to investment grade. When Aspen Flywright did their analysis, they used much lower rates and coverage typical for GO bonds, which are very different types of bonds. So here's a little bit of a comparison. Sorry, the Aspen Flywright chart's a little blurry, but they ascertained that basically we could use airport bonds and county bonds with interest rates of between 2.35% and 5%. I couldn't glean what their debt coverage ratios were or whether debt reserve and capitalized interest was included. But they projected a debt capacity of between $400 and $620 million. Our municipal advisors are saying that we're between 81 and 125, with 102 being a reasonable amount that we could raise from the airport fund. We also asked Piper Sandler what they thought what would the investors of bonds think if we said we were not accepting FAA grants. They said they would definitely question what was going on, and we would have to have a very clear and logical reason for not accepting FAA grants. So in summary, all the information that I just presented to you leads us to the conclusion that the airport fund revenue bonds are the sole option for issuing debt for airport improvements. And our expected debt capacity of about 102 million, give or take, maybe 10 above we could get. The debt policy calls for using grants where available as being the most fiscally responsible. And I think the numbers point to the fact that we can't afford to do more than one of the runway or a commercial terminal or an FBO terminal with $102 million. We presented all this information to the Financial Advisory Board, and you asked them to look at the assertion that FBO proceeds would cover future airport improvements and FAA grants were not needed, and then look at the FBO delivery of services and assess those future management models that John just went over. They also reviewed the Piper Sandler debt capacity analysis and then the Recondo FBO management analysis. And their recommendations to you is that it is imperative to accept FAA grants in order to provide the financial capacity and funding for the new runway and a new commercial air terminal. And that it's in the county's best interest to conclude the proposed FBO lease. And to that end, they passed a unanimous resolution of the Financial Advisory Board that details out those recommendations.
It's over 2 slides because we couldn't figure out how to make it readable.
So.
We'll see who's old enough to get this reference.
I know.
I get it.
Oh, Kelly. That's probably a good thing.
I can't speak jive, but I could ask a question in jive.
That's good too.
Kelly.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've had the benefit of looking at this a lot because we considered it in executive session over 2 years to figure out how to move forward. So I anticipate we'll get questions from the public after this presentation that we'll need to leave time for. I think maybe help me clarify, like, where to look in here again, or where the public should look in here again for comparing what our revenue would be under a county-owned FBO versus the lease with Atlantic. You know, I think the comparisons with Naples and Jackson Hole make that really obvious, but I just want, because I think that's where we need to be able to point people, you know, in all of my assessment of this, and not in all my takeaways from this have been that, like, there is money that Atlantic is bringing to the table that is not generated in our community in an identical situation. You know, I think of it as like the product quotient or something where, you know, there's just this additional kind of luxury market that being part of an international company brings that we don't have the same access to that money on our own if we were to do it on our own. So yeah, so thanks for bringing this up again. But that, you know, I think that's like one of the takeaways here about deciding to enter into the lease with Atlantic and rather than running our own FBO.
And Kelly, I think these two slides and maybe a couple points to highlight what you're saying. If you look at Naples and Jackson's net revenue numbers,
Thank you, Ann.
they are between, you know, almost $6 and $7 million, right? If you look at our projection of running it ourselves, we're right at, in our county operated baseline before capital investments, about 9 million net. That is really pretty consistent with what other airport operated FBOs are enjoying on a net basis, maybe a little higher, you know. And then if you look at the, you know, the bookends, right, you start to get at, wow, things go really well. You have a 15% bump, you know, in revenues and no bump in those expenditures that were estimated. We're still below the Atlantic lease as proposed before any debt is taken on to redevelop. And to the point that Rich made earlier, those facilities are largely depreciated at this point. Could we go on for some time with them? Yes. Would we achieve the climate or net zero goals? No, not without significant investment. And so we're really choosing a time when either that investment is going to happen or whether we're even going to try and meet those goals. So those are types of things that I think are important for the public to understand.
Can I further complicate that?
Sure.
So we're also hearing, and if we were to take over the FBO and we were to take over funding all of our airport issues, I don't see how we could fund a major runway reconstruction with the monies that would be coming off of the FBO.
What's really, really important for the deal that Atlantic has put on the table is that really $115 million initial capital investment. And then these annual revenues on top of that.
Right. I
That
understand.
is
I'm
the
separating that out.
Right. But if we did not get that, and I think this is, if I understand what you're saying, if we did not get that $115 million investment in facilities and airfield up front, then we're responsible for it as a county. And based on the analysis that Ann just did, now we're choosing. Are we doing the terminal? Are we doing the airfield? Are we doing the FBO? You can't do all three.
And make sure the public knows when you say airfield, we're talking about runway.
We're talking about runway, taxiway.
So
ramps,
that, because,
yeah.
From what we're hearing a lot of things. It's so complex an issue, and we've got so much information floating around out there. I'm trying, wishful thinking, to find a way to simplify it for the public, but it's so complex. But for me, the question is, if we were to take over the FBO and we were to not move forward with a new ALP and doing those improvements per what FAA is requesting us to do, as far as moving it, et cetera, but we reconstructed it in its current location, we don't have the funding opportunity through FBO. I mean, that's a huge financial commitment, and I don't know where we're going to be able to come up with that number of dollars to do what the community needs to do in the future.
And what's more, Patty, if the FAA does follow through on, either course of action of removing our modification of standard and or downgrading our airport, our revenue number would likely go down.
And I think I've also been trying to be clear with the public when I speak to people, is that it's possible. Those things are possible. They're probable. Whether or not they happen, we don't know. We're walking in kind of untested waters here. We don't know, and that's a risk factor we need to take into consideration in trying to move forward with the improvements that need to be done at our airport, at our community airport.
I guess the only thing I'd add to that is that I think when John says choosing between those things, he's being somewhat generous. I mean, from a practical standpoint, you're really looking at, in order to keep the airfield functional at all, you got to do something with the runway, right? Whether that's replacing it in place or moving it. And just to do that project alone, you're eating up our debt capacity, or not even, you're not even going to do that project within the existing debt capacity analysis that you have. And the only way that that debt capacity analysis functions is on an assumption that we're generating the revenue from the FBO lease that we are.
Right.
That number, that debt capacity analysis, changes dramatically if we don't have the guaranteed funds that we've worked so hard to negotiate on the last however many months. There's a reason that we still have not come to a final agreement on those quantitative issues and qualitative issues, simply because nailing down the what ifs to make our bonding more secure in the future is so important. Mm-hmm. It's critical to making sure that doing all these things is a possibility. And that's as simple as I can make it in that regard.
So I think I've heard that rebuilding the runway itself is around $100 million, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Probably a little more.
Yeah, so, and if we have a much smaller income from the FBO that Atlantic is offering, we wouldn't be able to bond at $100 million just to rebuild the airfield.
That's what I'm saying from
Okay,
a logical standpoint.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
And I agree with Rye as being generous, and hey, there's 3, pick 2. That may not even be an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, there are portions of the existing FBO ramp that need to be replaced immediately. And last year, we funded those out of our own pocket.
And we're refunding some repair right now, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, based on all of this, the Financial Advisory Board's review, I think, I'd look to Rye, but I think we feel like we are close to having language in an agreement that this is something that we're going to be able to finalize within the time frame of an extension. That we're looking for direction based on this to finalize these lease terms, and then bring that lease back to the board and the public at a regular meeting for public hearing, probably first and second read public hearing, and approval.
And that would also include the having to do did you say extension?
Yeah, we didn't need to do an extension in there too.
Did you say by when?
The extension, I anticipate we'd bring forward on the 25th because we are done at the end of the month here.
Yeah, and I
For an
think
emergency
I think it is
See.
very, very much a possibility that we'll be able to do first reading on this lease on the 25th, contemporaneous with doing an extension of the term.
And then we could cancel the extension if we finish the contract before the end of the allotted time, or would we go to the end?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's right.
No, because our lease ends at the end of the month. First reading on the FBO lease would be on the 25th. We wouldn't have second reading until sometime in October. Therefore, we would likely need that we would need that extension.
So
Or at least 30 days.
Ideally, a contract would start like November 1st.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's completely obvious, the stuff that we intuitively have known based on our past several years of getting information largely at executive sessions that we couldn't release. The only fiscally responsible thing to do is to do the lease with Atlantic Aviation with these basic financial guidelines, and to accept FAA funding to fund the majority of the airside stuff, and hopefully to get the infrastructure grants to help pay for a portion of the terminal also, which everybody, even those opposed to bigger airplanes, wants a new terminal. Board, we need to do a thumbs up just for authorizing the staff to continue the negotiations, to complete the negotiations with Atlantic Aviation.
Yeah, I think that only makes sense
I
at
think
this point.
We're all in favor of that. It's a clear way, our way forward is very clear and precise, and I think we all know where we need to go. These figures really show that in black and white, that what we knew has been shown in with good, solid numbers that we can rely on.
What we knew 3 years ago when Recondo brought us this information in a public meeting.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know, I know we have run way
I've
over
got
and
some
it's been a
things.
long day. I would suggest maybe I can just do any future agendas or open discussion from staff's perspective tomorrow, if you.
I have one thing, though, I need to just bring forward an open discussion. I don't have any future agendas, believe it or not. Do you mind, Steve, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just need to make sure the board is still on board with when we had our meeting about the ballot language. And we said we would send out to the voters the ballot language on the 2 airport questions with the text amendments, because we don't put that on the ballot, the text part of it. We have Unicava ballots that need to go out, I think, on the 21st. And so everybody across the board has to have this information to have a fair and equal election. So Ryan and I have kind of been talking with Ingrid about how we're going to get that process started, and how we're going to get staff to help us out to get envelopes stuffed and mailed and stamp postage, et cetera. So I just want to make sure the board is still supportive of getting that information out to the voters. we kind of agreed to it. I just want to make sure before I put right.
When do the first ballots go out there, like overseas?
We're going to do it in-house.
Is it overseas ballots that go out
We're just
first?
going to we're going to mirror the overseas ballots go out on the 21st.
Of September?
Yes.
Oh.
Regular ballots go out on the 15th, I think. All mail-in ballots of October. But yeah, Kelly, we're just going to mirror the language for the county's ballot question and the citizens petition question with the mirrored language. Help me, am I correct? The mirrored language of the text amendments with a little cover letter from the BoCC saying, enclosed, please find the full ballot language so people can have the
I
opportunity.
was just suggesting that maybe we just ask the same vendor that does the Tabor notice to do all. 'Cause
We
they're
can
gonna-
certainly look at that.
They're gonna have the same list. They're gonna have a.
That's a good
you know,
option.
They're gonna have a permit number for
I
mailing.
think what
and-
Patty's really clarifying is that Ingrid's office doesn't have the capacity to do that, and that's going to be sending out this notice is going to fall on the BoCC and its administrative staff to do that. So I think that's the
I'm
point.
certain she has a vendor who's doing it.
That's a great idea, Kelly.
Replicate that contract.
Well, and we can ask Ingrid. Ingrid had some concerns about keeping these issues separate from Tabor notice, but I think if we have a separate contact with the vendor,
Sure.
that might be the cleanest way. We just need to get on it so we can get those Unicava, right, Kelly?
Yeah.
Out by the
And
21st.
we should ask Ingrid to just link it online, because a lot of the UOCAVA voters vote.
They vote online, and we've
electronically,
talked to
so
them
that's
about
another
that too.
access.
We talked to them. I talked with Jeff today. It's okay. Thank you.
So I have a open discussion item that I can elaborate on tomorrow, but it has to do with our new lighting code for the county, and it's run foul of the requirements of the Dark Skies Initiative. And so there's been a lot of, every day there's like negotiation between ComDev and the Dark Skies people. P&Z is looking at it tonight. I think they most likely will continue it and not make any decision tonight, but I can give more of an update on.
Until I
think
see
we'll know
the
more
new code.
tomorrow than we would know today on that.
Okay, until I see the new code that comes out of P&Z, I don't know what to comment on, so. Can we comment on it before P&Z when it's under their review?
Right before you came in,
building
we had
code
talked about
changes
putting off
that I
open
guess go
discussion
through
and.
till
It's
future
gonna be
agendas.
it's gonna be a land use code text amendment that comes to you all with the zoning component to it, most likely. P&Z is looking at it tonight. I am aware of the issues that Steve brought up. I would be really surprised if the P&Z got to a recommendation tonight on the lighting code stuff. I know that there are some concerns raised by that caucus in particular, to the extent that there's a desire to have restrictions that are more restrictive than what is in the countywide amendment that may need to be originated from the caucus, but we'll see what comes out of P&Z this evening to start with. So.
Well, it's in progress right now. If
It's
you
in
run
progress
upstairs, you
right
can
now.
join it.
Wait, but I have a
How about breakfast tomorrow?
process. We can't talk about it's something at this table until,
Like maybe
because it's
down
under
there?
review by P&Z.
Yeah, so it's a staff initiated amendment. It would be best to consider it and discuss it when it all comes to you. Part of the reason being is that some of these concerns may be alleviated by the time it lands on your desk.
But thanks for bringing it up,
Yeah.
Steve.
So that's all happening, just so you're aware. That discussion's going on. We will see it eventually.
Tomorrow I want to bring up the issue with the historic house in Redstone, but I can do that tomorrow.
I just wanted to highlight the joint meeting with the city. Tori and I decided that it's too soon to talk about our big idea about, looking at the entire stretch from, say, Brush Creek or the airport all the way to town as a comprehensive planning exercise, maybe if you want to call it that, but it'd be very high level abstract. But it's something that he said there's interest on his board. I think there's interest on our board to do that, but it's too soon. And so we're thinking of rescheduling that toward the EOTC meeting in late October. But next week, if we did do the joint meeting, the one topic, I know there may be other topics we contemplated, one being homeless, how do we address homeless issues, city and county getting on the same page. He brought that up. And I can't think of anything else, but we can discuss the rest of it tomorrow if we all sleep on it and think about anything else for a joint meeting, because my guess is we don't have that in our capacity right
And we
now.
won't have a joint meeting then, that's coming up in 2 weeks, I think.
17th, really, it was next week.
Oh, it's next
So,
Tuesday?
with that, I think we're done. Are we done? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, thanks for
What are
joining
y'all
us.
sitting around here? Yeah, what have you guys been doing? I'm fresh and ready to go.
Okay, then.
I do have.
You can
Okay, grassroots, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Great present, thank you.
I have a
Great
window
presentation.
at like, I forget what my 3 o'clock is.
No.
No, work session, no problem.
Yeah, I get what?